by, la participación por el lado de las damas, llegaron en el cuarto tercio. Vamos a ver cómo continúan las condiciones durante el día. Además, les recordamos que a las 8 de la mañana iniciamos con las actividades que ha dispuesto este festival de Surf City en Salvador. Vamos a tener una sesión de movilidad y estiramiento para surfistas presentado por Casa Ola. Invitamos a todos a que si estén aquí y quieran participar de esta sesión, es gratuita como todas las actividades del festival, para que se incorporen en unos 12 minutitos más. Iniciamos con esta sesión para que todos se acerquen al área del festival detrás de las gradas. Repasamos también el reglamento para el día. Vamos a tener de 40 minutos, 10 minutos de el tiempo de paddle out y la asistencia de los jet skis programada para la jornada de competencia. We're going to start in the next 15 minutes, so we need to clear the competition area. Free surfers and practicing competitors start to catch your last wave in. If you're not able to catch any waves, please stand paddling in. Reconfirmando la información con nuestro jefe de jueces, entonces tenemos que elegir para el día de hoy van a ser de 45 minutos versus a lo que habíamos tenido en estos primeros 3 hits por parte de esta ronda 3. Entonces, debido a las condiciones del día de hoy que se ha observado durante esta mañana, se extiende 5 minutos más estos de ronda 3. So information for all the competitors today will have 45 minutes each on this round 3 of the men's division. start in the next 7 minutes. We'll receive the number 4 of the round 3 men's division. We already have our surfers out in the lineup. So can we ask the 3 surfers practicing the papers to clear the competition area? So if you're not able to catch any waves from now, start paddling in. Bien, muchachos, ya tenemos a los competidores en el agua. Estamos a menos de 7 minutos de dar inicio con este día de competencia. Pedimos por favor a aquellos surfers o competidores en práctica que todavía estén en el agua que desalojen de inmediato el área de competencia. Solo podemos tener a nuestros 2 competidores alojados y sujetas de la historia invitada para ellos. Entonces, los demás, que no han sido nombrados en este momento, desalojen el área de inmediato. Muchas gracias. Los que no pueden tomar una ola para salir, los invitamos a que comiencen a remar hacia la playa.
At Punta Roca, the land sets the pace. El brillo solar makes the point stand out. Cobblestones shape the swell. Y la ola takes its form.
He slapped on the brakes. What? Johnny Smith gets blown out of the pit. Lays down a rail and just is in sync with the rhythm of Punta Roca.
Time stretches along the right that never seems to end.
Katie simmers, she dashes that end section.
Up top, anticipation builds. Down the line, rhythm takes over.
So much power.
Come on!
An absolute masterclass.
At the end, everyone finds their moment.
Let's go! This is insane!
This wave doesn't rush you. It invites you to lean in or let go.
Whoa!
Come on now.
Brian Perez, whose point is this?
And long after the last section fades, Punta Roca keeps delivering.
Buenos dias, surf fans. Welcome back to the Surf City El Salvador Pro, presented by Cero. And by the looks of it, the ocean has come alive after a raw, wild, beautiful storm last night. Surfers have arrived to Punta Roca here in La Libertad, El Salvador this morning, greeted by looks like 6 to 8 foot at least waves pumping down the line. You know, we did have the chance to kind of cull the field a little bit, so we definitely have some big heats remaining. There's going to be our first heat today. We've been trying to run this one for a few days now after a couple of wind delays. There is your overlook at what we're seeing today from Punta Roca. It's like tint to the water. That's just due to the rivers coming out, but without those rivers, we don't have points like this. Surfers are excited. You know, we did go on a little bit of a pause this morning early on just to help fill in that tide and give these surfers the best opportunity to get out there and rip. I'm Chris Cote. This is Strider Wasilewski. Strider showed up this morning after that storm last night, and it looks like everything is nice and glassy. And I felt like during the free surfs, we saw some ripping going on.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the waves are here. The shape is there. I mean, everything about it's offshore. It looks beautiful. And I feel like the surfers are ready to get after it. I feel like there's a lot of power in the ocean still, which is going to lead to some incredible carving and big rail surfing, and hopefully they can be straight up into that bowl where the judges want to see them go vertical, throw the fins out, blast it out of here, and just continue down the line with more motion. I mean, this wave, just watching that whole setup and the intro, you just get so excited to see that kind of surfing.
And absolutely, and one thing we love about El Salvador, there always seems to be plenty of surf. So the call this morning is about to be made. We got Mitchell Salazar standing by with a special guest.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Here with Joao Chianca, Saquarema kid. Joao, into this round right here. It's been a couple of days of waiting. We're on the, what did you see out there during the morning free surf? Good morning.
Good morning, Mitch. Yeah, clean conditions coming from a swell, coming from like stormy days, but we navigate through it, and we found ourselves on a pretty nice day. Clean conditions, no wind, nice sizable waves. So I think we are on for sure. And quarterfinals looks like Stu is on standby, but yeah, fun waves. Samuel and Leo gonna open up pretty nicely to start this day off. So yeah, exciting.
Most of us have never been in this position where it's like, go, wait. What's it like, especially with a couple days like this on the horizon too, potentially?
I mean, I think I have been navigating through it like really nicely. I haven't been rushing myself or be thinking too much ahead of it. But yeah, just waiting patiently. This wave is so special. This place has been so special for all of us. We have been finding ourselves on a good time and like good headspace. I think every one of us like had been like really enjoying coming here down early and down patrol, like training session and surfing, like good waves. No matter if the comp is on or off, it has been a good time. So this is super important to keep like fun. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I have been enjoying the morning free surfs, has been enjoying like riding so many different boards, and yeah, today's a go day, so let's go.
Love to hear, brother. Best of luck out there.
Thank you.
Chris, we're on positive vibes today.
Yeah, those are the two words we want to hear. Let's go. Vamos. Punta Roca, as you can see, flexing yet again. And this heat, I can guarantee you this one was worth waiting for. Sammy Pupo, world number 5, going up against Leonardo Fioravanti, world number 6. And Joao Chianca, you love to hear that, you know, having fun, but also taking it very seriously. You know, I had a friend at home ask me, are people still partying hard on the championship tour? And I said, from what I hear, you know, our friend Big J, who's a workout enthusiast, was telling us that every single night Leonardo Fioravanti has been in the gym working hard. So I would say the professionalism on the 2026 championship tour is next level. We haven't seen that before. They're serious. Of course, surfing is super fun, so that element really mixes well together, Strider, as you know.
Well, when you go from lifestyle to sport, you know you have to keep up with everybody else, and I think, you know, one of the guys leading that pack is Leo Fioravanti, and he really is, you know, he's like a race car. All of his nuts and bolts are tight and the wheels are on, and he's ready, you know, if he needs it for the pit crew to come and change out a few things, but he's got it, you know, he's got everything he needs. And going to the gym, say last night, pushing probably lightweight just to keep the body engaged, that's, you know, par for the course.
So Leonardo Fioravanti, his best result here, 9th place finishes past few years. But if you think about what's on the line for this heat, so again, number 5 and 6 in the world, remember this heat. This right here could be a sign of things to come for both of these two surfers who I feel like will be firmly entrenched in a title fight at the end of the season heading into Pipeline. Sammy Pupo has been vastly improved. I mean, he was already a really good surfer. He came on tour in 2026, a totally reinvigorated. He's going faster, more power, and he's been proving that time and time again in heats. Meanwhile, Leonardo Fioravanti, I think this is the best Leo that we've seen as well. Power, everything's super precise. His style is so clean. Excited for this one, and the good news for surf fans, for us, we got 45-minute heats today. That's kind of unprecedented.
I don't think I've ever seen a 45-minute heat in a round before the finals. This is going to be a lot of paddling around out there, and I think it's because of the conditions. So the variable of where the waves are coming in, and you know, these guys have just now missed a few waves that we've seen. I think trying to, you know, get that first wave, have priority, but also it's moving across the point. I saw a wave earlier that came in halfway down the point, but it was twice the size of all the other waves and just absolutely got annihilated by Kaoli Voss. So I think that, you know, the positioning is hard today.
All right, this is going to be our first wave ridden. Round 3, heat 4. Leonardo Fioravanti setting things up on the outside section. Beautiful set of turns there. Gets back on the open face, kind of just patiently waiting for things to amplify down the line. Just another nice carve. Nothing wrong with that. 4 big power arcs down the line, add a 5th. Here's where things could get interesting on the inside. He's got a big section to work with, leans into it. Can he ride out clean? He does. Gosh, it's so fun to watch surfers who just coil up all that energy and then strike at that closeout section. That's a good start for Leonardo Fioravanti.
Yeah, I mean, just pure fundamental and really fun to watch the flow of his surfing through that wave. He timed everything right. That last turn was on the money. It was perfection, really. You know, the opening flow out of that corner was so sweet, and he finds that corner again. It's like so hard, you know, to pace yourself on this wave and continually find a place to put your board up into a critical section. And he, you know, his rhythm on this thing is just second to none. And the way that he loaded up right here, look at how much speed that he hit that with. I mean, he really,
you can almost hear that.
He unleashed all the power, you know, in his leg presses right there. Look at him push right at it as hard as he could and compress into that corner. Like, that was all just pure leg strength.
Thunderstruck.
And then he comes out of it with core. You know, you had to compact, get low, and make sure that the whitewater didn't bump him off, because the showtime's for after you make the wave.
Well, there is Leo's results so far in 2026. A couple good 5th place finishes, a couple nights. He's going to be hoping to clean some things up. Still has himself right there in the top 10 picture. A big result here. Obviously could slingshot him into the top 5. So 39.52 to go. Start of this first score is going to be interesting because he surfed it perfectly paced. You know, the wave didn't give him any super critical sections except for that end bit. And it comes to, I think that was an expected number, 5.33. Just, you know, the pace setter, placeholder. You know, you get that one locked in, it just frees you up a little bit to go out there and hunt.
It also sets the scale for the heat, right? So, you know, they know that there are waves out there. Everybody's been watching. There's lip line to attack, you know, and he did that on that last turn. So I think the majority of that score would have came on that final whip into the corner. But I feel like, you know, there's a lot more to be given, and the judges know that, and you know, they hold back until they see what they want to see, which is those vertical, heavy sections, critical sections, and the board being placed straight up into it and then pushed out, and the fins are free, and it's almost like they're not going to make it, and that's what they love. That's when scores go excellent.
Right on the edge of disaster, but pull it back clean. This is an interesting heat. It feels like, I don't know if it feels like a week ago, an hour ago, but these guys were actually out in the water, and right when their heat started, the wind just drastically shifted. So a great call was made by the WSL to pull this thing back, put it on hold. You know, it got really wild right after this heat got put on hold. So I love it because this place is very unpredictable. One thing you know about El Salvador is there's always going to be waves. There's always swell. So the wind, the conditions is really what you're trying to look for. And I think the perfect call was made today because this is as glassy as I've seen it yet this week.
Yeah, it's super smooth on the face out there. I think the call was great. It's interesting because that storm last night, you would have never thought we were waking up or wake up. We didn't even sleep last night. The thunder and the lightning, I mean, the rolling thunder was come through the entire building. I felt
cool,
like last night. It was incredible to go outside and watch. Like, you're just looking, I mean, all the swimming pools were filled up with water. It was like that intense.
I love the raw energy of El Salvador. And speaking of that, Surfline forecast kind of reading like a romance novel here. Clean start with nice south-southwest swell leftovers as Tropical Storm Christina meanders offshore. Strider, what are we seeing here? Purple blobs, good times in our future?
Right there you can see the hurricane that kind of was firing up around us, gave us this weather system that we have and that kind of wind and everything else. But today we got 8 to 12 foot faces. In the afternoon it's 6 to 10, dropping a little bit, but still looking beautiful. The wind is supposed to come up a little bit, but I mean, for right now, there's actually no wind. I mean, 4 to 9 on it says this morning, but that actually is actually, you know, there's not much wind out there at all. So, and then as the week goes on, we've got beautiful conditions coming down the line. So we have a lot on tap. So if we can get through this round today, we'll be looking really good for the later in the weeks. That's Saturday, 6 to 8 foot and offshore. Are you kidding me?
I feel like 6 to 8 feet with offshore, prime time for Punta Roca. I mean,
bigger waves here don't necessarily mean better,
because they go further out.
It kind of gets off the point, off the rocks. But I mean, to be honest, I have seen some amazing footage of this place with like 8 foot, 10 foot, like 20 foot faces and just like barreling all the way down. So maybe it is better when it's bigger.
There's always something, that's for sure. So now we see a replay, a quick priority shift. So Sammy had a paddle there. Yeah, I mean, he was fully engaged trying to get into that wave.
Oh.
So just like that, priority switches over. Now Leo is in the driver's seat.
So that's mistake number 1 from Samuel Pupo. And it's unfortunate. We don't want to see mistakes. We just want to see surfing.
Well, you're about to see it. You've rubbed the right lamp now, Strider. If you wish, oh, it's not going to come true.
I think that's a reposition thing here, because I feel like there might be a little bit of a reverse current pulling up the point, and these guys are getting kind of sucked back around the corner. And I stated a little bit earlier that I've seen these wide ones come in, and usually the wide ones don't have a lot of like face on them, but today they do. They're just, it's an interesting lineup.
That's Matt Myers working with Sammy Pupo. And when the coaches open the notebook and start writing, oh, you are busted.
He had a big red marker right there.
Busted.
Mistake number
He's like
1.
35-13. What are you doing? I mean, there's so much time left. I'm not going to chalk it up to a priority error just yet. Although when you do paddle for a wave and miss it and priority shifts, oh, that wave spit. That was cool. It can be a momentum killer.
Wow, look at this thing. Ooh.
Now he's got the front row seat. This is a perfect roll in for Leonardo Fioravanti. Huge snap to start. Now we're talking. Look at this clean, open face. Just a brutalist carve on his second turn. Another perfectly placed third turn. And here you see, this is where everything starts to fall into place for Leonardo Fioravanti. 2 savage cuts on the outside. He's got to get a big finish here if he wants to get the attention of the judges. Another perfectly placed turn there. Slams it again. I don't think he could have done much more on that wave. That was beautiful, powerful, precise surfing. What we've come to expect from Leonardo Fioravanti, that is going to be a good score.
So the judges are going to love the approach on this wave. And it was wave choice. And if you don't think that Samuel Pupo right now is just kicking rocks because that was his wave, he could have had that one.
Well, now we can call it a priority mistake,
yeah,
right?
that was a priority blunder. But let me tell you something. The way that Leo attacked that wave is exactly what the judges are looking for. And I feel like it's going to go excellent or very close to, because of the way that he, I mean, look at this wave. He perfectly drops in and he doesn't wait for it. He goes straight to the lip line. And that's what the, you know, they're waiting for that. They're enjoying the power carve. Like that whole section presented itself, and he did not back down. All 100% on the speed and the rail and the setup on the inside. This wave allowed him to go back to work. So really great job by Leo Fioravanti to just completely capitalize on the opportunity, finding the lip 4 times on that wave. Literally exactly what the judges are looking for.
I feel like there's a lot of regular footers on the 2026 Championship Tour that all surf really, really good, but they surf similar. There's a group of 4 or 5 of them. I love Leo's style. It's unique, it's different. I mean, he has that kind of throwback to silky smoothness to him, but then he also can unleash and go up and do those tricks that were the perfect trick selection for this wave. I think that like upside down layback that he did at the beginning, that's just when you're, you know, checking things off the box.
Drop the wallet on the inside right there too with so much power.
We knew it.
Look at that. He loved it.
And that right there is going going to be a painful number for Sammy Pupa to hear. An 8.17 for Leonardo Fioravanti. So I love that we're already getting up into that excellent range with 32.25 to go. This heat is long from over.
And I want to point out something. The judges, you know, nailed it on the score. We talked about it. I felt like it was going excellent, but the reality of a lot of the surfing that happens here can be very lateral. You can get out on that face and do these huge, beautiful carves, but the judges do not want that. You have to play their game. And the game that they want to see is in the lip. They want the critical section. They want you high-risk maneuvers. That's you know, everything about it. So
they want this.
Yeah, and look at how much he attacks the lip line on this wave. Every single turn he does is on a vertical canvas, and it just absolutely destroys it. So yeah, I feel like the downtime here in the middle did not affect this wave, just because it was the nature of Punta Roca, where there is a little bit of a slack in the wall. But then once he gets the opportunity, he's straight back up into the vertical part of the wave and absolutely destroys the moneymaker on the inside corner. So it's like, for him and the judges and everybody else watching, you might see some beautiful surfing out on the face, but the reason why the scores don't go into the excellent is because they never found the lip line.
Yeah, you got to be in that critical section of the wave. Basically just do what Leo just did. He's got 13.50 for his total right now. That's put Sammy in a combo spot. But again, 45-minute heats. I mean, we're going to see complete novels being written in the span of 45 minutes.
Well, so yeah, because it's about to hit the 30-minute mark, and that's a normal heat.
Yeah. And so, again, just going back to that, 45 minutes, when you're looking out here in the ocean, I mean, this is a vast playing field. There's still so much push in this swell, so much water moving around. You would think, right, we were running 40-minute heats in previous days. What does that extra 5 minutes do for these surfers, maybe even before they paddle out?
Well, I feel like it's really giving the viewer some more time.
A little bit more.
To watch great surfing and us to talk about it as surf fans. So the extra time on the clock is a mystery for me, but I'm enjoying it.
I love it. Give us as much as we can get, because right there we saw Leonardo Fioravanti get up into our top score list. That's the top 5 list you want to be on, because that shows you that you've done something right in a lineup that is, you know, as fun as a wave can get. But when you're out there with just you and your competitor, you know, it's a lot different than when you're out there with just, you know, friends on a surf trip or whatever, or a couple locals, so you can kind of go, oh yeah, I think that's where you're supposed to sit. Like, yeah, these guys have put in a lot of time and a lot of practice here, but this wave has variations and changes on it every single day. So it's not like they're surfing the exact same waves that they were surfing 2 days ago. They got to figure it out on the fly. So I like the added 5 minutes. It's just going to give us a couple more waves ridden.
And I also feel like, you know, the added time on there would lend it to the thought of, okay, we have a swell that is dying, right? So that's going to slow down. High tide's going to come. And so I feel like later on in this round, those extra minutes are going to be necessary for them to be able to wait and find the right waves.
So tide is high at 9:47. It's currently 8:21 local time here at Punta Roca. And from there, it's going to be draining out all the way to 4:19 p.m. So tidal push in these earlier heats, and then a tidal swing. And sometimes at low tide here, the waves can they just hug these rocks a little bit tighter.
And you can do a bottom turn and lose a fin,
That's
too.
true.
Amaroka could just decide to give you some phasers in the bottom of your board.
This place does have a way of eating equipment. Here are your temperatures. It's pretty rare that the water is warmer than the air. 86 degrees, 30 Celsius. The air, 81, moist.
Yeah, when you jump in here, you're not like, ah. Oh.
It's kind of like you're just jumping into another
atmosphere at the same temperature.
And those water temps are pretty much year-round. So of course, this is why, you know, the WSL Championship Tour keeps coming back. The waves are great. You know, obviously the food is amazing. You know, and the consistency that this place has is, I don't know, there's not a lot of places in the world that you could come, and there's a bunch of events that come through here through the year. We're talking events with, you know, thousands of surfers.
I mean, the fact that the country takes such great care of the sport of surfing and the lifestyle of surfing. Like, you don't have to come down here to surf a contest. You just come down here and enjoy the waves and go to town and eat great food and just really just have a good time. And I mean, yesterday El Encanto going golfing. I mean, how much fun was that? This place has so much to offer. And the way that they're taking care of everybody for this event right now is amazing.
100%.
Surf City.
Right there with you. Surf City El Salvador Pro. Currently, we are in men's round 3. And right after heat 3, we did go in a quick pause. But full time put on the clock for heat 4, which we're watching right now. Sammy Pupo, Leonardo Ferivanti.
Look at these light offshore lines coming in. I'm getting excited, dude. I'm telling you, there's going to be some Krakatoa.
So you see Leo positioning himself out the back. He's in second priority.
It's hard when, you know, you're trying to find the lineup because of the way that the water's moving.
Here we go. Here's your men's round 3. We got some usual suspects and some newcomers to the 3rd round. In the water right now, you got Sammy Pupo, Leonardo Ferivanti. Heat 5 is going to be epic. Italo Ferreira going up against Crosby Colapinto. Cowley Voss going up against Zhao Chianca, who we talked to earlier today. He seems fired up. And then heat 7, come on, this is a classic. Gabriel Medina versus Jack Robinson. Sparring partners for titles for the last 5 or so years. And heat 8, Baron Mamiya versus Al Cleland. That one, to me, that's a wild card heat because both of those surfers have been doing incredible things in heats and in free surfs. There's not a, you know, there's not an unexciting heat in the mix here in round 3.
Nothing's going to be sleepy.
Yeah, and it's like, it's going to be unpredictable. Mark my words. Here we go. Leonardo comes through. This will be his 3rd wave ridden. Just a couple nice carves. And I love his patience. You know, he's just waiting for this wave to form up down the line, starting to grow through the inside. Couple quick snaps there. And a little slip strider. Before these surfers paddled out, we saw some of them doing the rock dance in and out. And you mentioned it, wax your feet. So when we're looking at water like this that is a lot of runoff from local rivers, it does tend to get a little bit more slippery, right? How can you combat that?
There is some slime
silt
on those rocks just by themselves, no matter what. And then you throw in a little bit of that river water. I would just be searching for food wax. I'd be trying to find the stickiest stuff I could find to put on my board. And you'd have to go with the base coat because it's like, the water is warmer than the air, but you want something that's actually going to create the stickiness that, and you know, the sex wax and all of them have that texture of kind of that sticky feeling, but nothing is as sticky as foo wax. And that's what probably every surfer in that area is trying to find to wax up before they get out there.
And I noticed some of them waxing the top of their feet. That's kind of an old trick. I mean, that's like from
trick,
NSSA days. You wax the top of your foot, give it a good coating, and then as you're paddling out, you can kind of rub the bottom of your foot on the top of your foot and go back and forth. And it just, anything you can do to stay stuck to your board. You saw Leo slip at the end of this one, but some nice work done through the mid portion of this wave. Comes through to 385.
Well, it wasn't, the wave never really allowed him what he wanted. That was definitely, you know, the best turn of the wave was that one where he found that vertical section, but the rest of the wave kind of laid down. So he was looking for that backup score, right? He's trying to better the 5.38 and get something on the board that's going to give him a little more distance from his opponent. You know, it's just like, anything you can do to hear your name and put yourself out in front of your opponent is what he's looking for right there. And he came up, it looked like he slipped off, actually.
I can't, I'm kind of between two worlds here. Did he slip off, or did he see that wave was kind of going nowhere and just kind of like jump off mid-turn?
No.
Slip.
That's definitely.
Salvadorian slip. Happens. 23:30. Ferivanti well into the lead. Sammy Pupo, we've been saying how consistent he's been this year. You know, how many great heats that he's surfed, but we're seeing a different side of Sammy, unfortunately. Only a 1-2-3.
He's dropped anchor out there. His rhythm got thrown off when he missed that wave. And then the excellent score got dropped right after it. So he's a little dirty on himself. And I think, you know, he talked about it when he came into the booth. You know, there's a lot of mental stuff when you're out in the water. And I feel like we got to get him back into the driver's seat.
Well, we got 22:50 left. Leonardo Ferivanti with an 8.17 and a 5.33, launching himself into a 13.50 heat total. See Sammy out the back with priority. He's having a look here. Ooh, this one has a kind of a double up on the outside. He's gonna utilize the roll-in, and here we go. Can Sammy Pupo change the trajectory of this heat? A decent start, big extended carve. That's what the judges love. Whipping it around through that section. And he's gonna have an impactful finish here. Hammers to close out. Sammy's back. We weren't worried for a second. Now Leo backs it up. Quick carve. This wave, just a beautiful glassy face. Comes around this section. He nails the inside, and can he ride out? That section right there is a little underrated for how powerful and how gnarly it gets, and it's shallow. I mean, even though the waves have dropped a couple feet, still so much punch out there. Punta Roca, I would say, I mean, it has like classic Hawaiian power in certain sections, and that inside section will remind you that Punta Roca's in charge.
Well, you know what? A big wave's a big wave, and a wave of consequence, or thickness of the wave is gnarly all over the world. This turn right here, though, that was just gorgeous. I mean, for him to redirect the board complete arc back into the white water, the finishing turn a little mistimed, but that second turn, if he can get 3 of those off, he's going to come away with a massive score. So he's getting warmed up. That right there, that's what everybody in the world wants to be able to do. I mean, that was Mick Fanning-esque and with a little more flair. So beautiful work from Sammy Pupo to really turn that board completely on the rail and then hit the fins out and then reconnect and just sweep out of it for a finish.
In an earlier heat, I was saying that Sammy Pupo is kind of like a mix of Fanning and Toledo. Can you imagine being compared to those two guys? But here we go with Leonardo Fioravanti. This came through to 2.83. If he would have kept it clean at the finish, that was a radical attempt.
All that layback, all the core work you do to try and come out of something like that, and then the whole ocean comes down on top of you. It's just impossible to get back up.
So you see Leo at the top of your screen in blue, making his way back into the takeoff zone. We'll see how priority shakes up here. So at the moment, Sammy Pupo is in a combination situation. But guess what? There's still 20 minutes and 15 seconds left.
He's going to climb out of it. I mean, that last wave was, that one turn was worthy. And I feel like he's, high 5 into the 6 maybe. And he's going to put himself in a place to be, maybe, possibly better Leonardo's low wave.
Well, I feel like in watching the replay, that turn, the second turn on Sammy's last wave, as it comes through at a 5.67, I feel like the majority of that score went into that turn. That was one of the cleanest turns of the event. And you said it, who wouldn't want to do that turn?
Everybody wants to
just do it one time, please.
Oh, it's so fun to watch surfing like that. Just when it's interesting because everybody in the world, whether you surf or not, can watch that turn and appreciate it.
No doubt. 19:24 to go. We are inside the 20-minute mark. Leonardo still in the lead, but Sammy, he's bouncing back. He now needs a 7.84. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with more from the Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona Cero. really cool moment there from our opening ceremony, just showing you a little bit of the vibrancy of Salvadorian culture. This country its history is just so interesting. As we see a quick look from Leonardo Fioravanti, 16:50 to go. Chris Cote here with Strider Wasilewski. And these 45-minute heats are really, they're stretched out. So we have a lot of time to really dig into what we're seeing and what these surfers are thinking. That wave just spit right in front of us. So we know there are going to be magical moments. Will this be one for Sammy Pupo? No, he's got a duck dive. He just got steamrolled.
Oh, look at that corner.
Ooh, that's the section he wishes he was carving right there.
Wow.
That was a good mind surf session we just had.
So there's a lot of swell still in the water. So, these guys are trying to position themselves in a place to where they can catch the waves that are going to hit that, the cobblestones and really stand up and give them the opportunity. Like we saw the wave of Leo. We saw Sammy do that turn in the corner on that second turn. Those are the exact moments they're looking for. And sometimes there are these bigger ones that they can try to get out wide on. And I did see a really good one earlier. So this was Leo's last attempt at a huge closeout banger, but he got up there and kind of got into the hanger.
It felt like a eject.
Got thrown into the hanger.
There was just nowhere to go.
You get the fins and the board, like, he was going fast, but then everything just kind of stopped on the rail and just whoop, straight over the falls.
Here are your current championship tour rankings. Italo Gabriel still in the mix at 1 and 2. But some room to move for Sammy Pupo and Leonardo Fioravanti. You see Iago Dora, Miguel Pupo out. Of course, Brazil all the way down the line from 1 to 5. And Leonardo sitting there as the lone Italian in the top 10. Pitar, Ewing, Colapinto out. Those three names, that shook the entire event. The Kanoe Igarashi, he's got to be feeling good knowing he could potentially leapfrog over 7, 8, and 9. The big result here. And I feel like Kanoa's due for a big result. He's been surfing so good, so consistently. It just takes that one victory to potentially start to pave your path towards a potential title.
Well, it just shows you how hard this tour is. I mean, the guy, he's an incredible surfer. His ability and everything about his, program and training and just devotion to the sport is nothing but 110%, and he's, having a hard time. So I do feel like I'm with you on that. I'd love to see him, have a great event. He's due.
But it only takes a couple waves. This swell that was forecasted weeks ago has held up its end. And I like that these event windows are long enough to where we can really just choose and pick our times and slots just to make sure that not only the surfers get the best opportunity, but also the fans. Of course we can't control the waves, but when everything works in our favor, like it's happening right now, beautiful things are going to happen. So 13:46 to go. Leonardo, 8:17 of 5.33. See him at the bottom of the screen there. He is sitting in second priority. Sammy Pupo, the alpha for now, sitting with priority out the back. Now it becomes a chess game.
Time sure did tick away pretty quickly, didn't it? And the positioning on the point, it's hard to be in the right spot all the time, especially with the X factor, that hurricane being so close, literally changing the playing field and having waves come in way wide, but even those and the wider ones being great waves. So you can literally catch waves on the way back out that are just insane, which is really great and in the favor of whoever is not in priority.
You need to identify the waves that are going to give you a pocket, that are going to give you a lip to work with, because while I'm sure most of you watching, ourselves included, it would be so fun to go out there and do big swoops all the way down the line. But the judges, they want to see something dynamic. They want to see you surfing right at the edge of out of control. And you look back at Leo's 817, I mean, the turns, where he placed them, super critical. Giant wave, too. You don't necessarily take wave size into consideration. It's more the sections that the wave offers. So Leo with a quick paddle.
See how wide he's sitting from Sammy Pupo, though? He's way down the line. So he's put himself in a position of identifying what we were talking about, that there are better waves down there.
Here we go. Leonardo Fioravanti Big carve. Another whipping snap. Great combo. Just a serpentine slashing maneuver all the way back into the white water. Love where he's putting this board on these waves. I mean, everything is right in its proper place for Leo. Here we go, into the inside. This thing could grow a little bit. I think he's working his way to the Red Bull jet ski. Nicely done for Leo.
A lot of downtime in the middle there, but those first few turns out the back were vicious. I mean,
they're memorable.
It was so fun to watch. That's the kind of surfing, you know, that we all want to do. We want to come into the corner of a vertical wall and just lay into it. Sitting about 200 yards away from Sammy Pupo, this is a setup snap to get him into that section right there. That was just beautiful. And then he carves it all the way around, redirect completely back into the power pocket like that. The rest of the wave kind of laid down a little bit, so it's going to be one of those waves where the judges are kind of like, was it worth it for him to keep going or not?
The opening salvo, though, was all one line. There was nothing in between. It was just S, 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 and it was so cool to see.
I almost would have kicked out. Like, was this a 0.5 more on the inside?
There is something to be said for, you know, just finishing with that kind of confidence. Like, I don't need anything else. I did my work.
I mean, that turn was insane. Then this redirect right here, carving, pushing, turning the shoulders, redirection, the body language, perfect. Just everything about it into flow.
Yeah, I like how relaxed he is between those hard carving turns. It looks easy when you watch Leo do it. Trust us. It is, that has taken his whole life to figure out how to do turns like that. Sammy, come on, Sammy. It's time to fight back. Here we go. Sammy Pupo. Oh, man. Shoulders dropped. He's over it. Good call. That wave got really white watery.
It's crazy how much body language matters when you're watching. You could see his whole demeanor kind of get taken away from him when the wave didn't load up the way he wanted it to.
Flat tire.
Yeah, and so it's been the tale of the entire heat for him, except for that one wave where he ripped into the corner. It's not that he doesn't have time to get back on the horse, but I feel like his momentum has to shift into finding better waves, and I think moving down the point a little bit might help.
9:14 left. I love the look of Sammy's board, and kind of saw his quiver over in the competitors area. It's the same airbrush, but just different colors, and it helps them quickly identify, okay, there's the 6-1, that's the 6-2. I mean, you would think you could just look at the bottom of the board, but when you take some complex things out of the equation and just make your life easier.
It's funny how, you know, Matt Myers and all these guys they're doing all of the busy work behind the scenes. You know, Richard Dogmarsh, all the coaches, everybody, Luke Egan, their job is to keep things as simple as possible for the surfers so that they don't have to think about anything. And the reason for it is to get them to be able to be in the moment while surfing.
Here is your CT by the numbers. Excellent waves for 2026. Sammy Pupo leads the field, tied with Felipe Toledo with 8 excellent waves. He's going to try to do everything in his power to make that 9. He does need a proper score, a 7.84, but he does have priority. Still has 8 minutes left. Plenty of sets coming through. Boundless opportunities for these surfers in the lineup. It's almost like you have so many choices that can be confusing in itself.
Can't wait to see the fight back. You know it's coming. I mean,
he's done that so many times.
Off that stat right there, 8 excellent waves. You know he knows how to get them.
7:45 left. Wow, both these surfers stoic, letting this one go through. So Sammy gives way to Leo. Tester, no go. So Viravanti will be back out into the takeoff zone. So far, Strider, have you been able to kind of figure out which waves of the set have been the good ones, or is it too hard to tell already?
I honestly feel like it's a beach break out there right now. You just have to identify and hunt. So, you know, your lineups and everything you can kind of use, but I feel like that goes out the window. You really got to look at a wave and just go, okay, this is the one. I can see that this has, you know, everything I want in it, and you got to get to it, find it, stay on the inside if you need to, like find a wide one, whatever it is, wherever it is. It really is a hunting game right now.
We were just talking about Sammy's board with that custom airbrush, and guess what? You can ride the same board as the pros ride. Surfboard Empire, check them out online. Get yourself a Medina model with all the stickers. And you could walk down your local beach and people might think you're a hot shot.
Don't do it. No stickers, just get the right board.
I like those replicas. I think they look cool. They could work on your wall, or they could work under your feet on a wave. So there it is, Surfboard Empire, the world's best surfboards. Get your phone out, click the QR code, and have a gander. I mean, what's more fun than looking at surfboards? I think going into the shop and being able to actually touch them is a great feeling as well. Underrated.
Speaking of surfboards, my heart goes out to Timmy Patterson right now. He's having a rough one. Got caught inside by some major sets. Killer Dana surfing yesterday. So thoughts and prayers to our fellow shaper.
And
he needs us right now.
The whole, I mean, not even just the West Coast, just this whole region, talking all the way from South America all the way up to probably Alaska, waves pumping. This storm has just been hurling swell in every direction, all towards the coasts. And it's been a wild ride out there. And here we go, this is a recap.
Oh my gosh.
And we can't get enough of what we're seeing now from Leonardo.
Wild, beautiful surfing on a big wall like that. I mean, surfers dream of it. We love watching it. And for Leo to be able to do it in a heat, it just really, this is what they live for. And we come to talk about because it's just the icing. And it's just the sweet spot, and you get to see all of the damage that he does on a wave like that, variations of turns. I mean, the whole part of it was just watching so many different beautiful carves. This turn right here, though, I think is my favorite one of the heat, by far. That was just incredible whip. So coiled up, be able to turn that hard in the corner like that.
Slid up into the whitewater, too.
The way that he comes around on the carve and just pushes so hard. Leo's just, this is his second highest score, I believe, and just really a lot of really great setup work, and then just finds a nice corner and finishes this wave with so much power that when he pushes in this corner, watch this turn right here. He's going faster as he did on the whole wave in that turn.
Live action. Here goes Pupo. Searing carve to start. Quick slash back. He throws the fins. Can he ride out? He whips it around.
What's up?
No surprise there from Sammy Pupo, knowing exactly what he needed to do. Bring the excitement and focus back to him. It's been pretty much all Leo so far. Sammy did have a 5.67 earlier on, but we haven't seen a big tail chuck maneuver like that yet. So I think that's going to be definitely something for the judges to chew on, but watch out. Here goes Leo. Waiting for this section to arise in front of him. Cranks it. Perfect layback snap. Up and into the lip. He will not be denied. Two-stager under duress and rides out so nice and clean.
That was a great answer.
Great exchange.
But I just cannot wait to see the replays of both of them, because they both had their moments of just incredible excellence. But that wave, Sammy Pupo, and the risk that he had on that closeout section, that was what everybody wants to see. And I think that the judges are going to really reward him, because look, this wind up, look at the wall on this thing just going, hit me. It comes off the corner and just raw, the biggest down carve, sweeps, and then look at this closeout section, just throws the tail to the beach. I mean, completely whips it out. I mean, on a heavy consequential section too. Like, look at how much board and play that thing had out in front of the lip line. I mean, just comes out of it super smooth.
And the whip too, adding.
It's hard for me not to look at that and
flair.
think it's excellent. I mean, that was so unbelievable. And then this wave walls up and gives Leo what he, you know, the drop, look at that knee bend back into the corner to reload for the closeout turn. But the risk, to me, much lower on that wave in comparison to Samuel Pupo. even though it was a two-banger, that first turn was insane, pushing hard. Wow.
I like that, how he had to redirect and just keep everything light. Not an easy way to ride out of a wave in that inside section. So
Scores.
powerful.
This is going to be fun to watch the scores drop, because Sammy Pupo, the way that he attacked that finish turn, that huge opening carve, doing 100 miles an hour and just putting everything on the line like that. And then Leo with a two-banger. It's like sometimes less is more, right? So the judge is really enjoying that attack like that. It was just so fun to watch.
Well, this is going to be pretty telling as well, because that 5.33 that Leo started with was 5 or 6 turns down the line. So he can improve with 2 big turns like that. Way more critical at the end of that wave than that 5.33. The 8.17, flip side of that, came from those huge power hooks on the outside. But then the difference maker, Sammy Pupo, a trick, a turn we haven't seen yet in the entirety of this competition. Maybe the most radical turn that we've seen of the week.
I mean, that was such high risk. And just like, I know where the cameras are, you're looking down on it a little bit. That wave, it's dwarfing a lot of these shots.
So you're saying that section was even gnarlier
It was way gnarlier than it looks, yeah. So for him to be throwing that out there on a wave like that, on a closeout section that's been bucking everybody off and destroying people.
If he gets through this heat, we're going to have to start calling him the Iceman, because we've been worried about Sammy for the last 42 minutes.
And how much did he enjoy that extra 5 minutes on the clock?
Oh, yeah. So a score coming in that could change everything. And boom, there it is, 8-6-0. The judges have spoken, and what they're saying is go out there and go off. Do what Sammy just did. The turn of the event so far, one of the highest single wave scores across the board there. Everybody loving it.
100% warranted, too, the way that he attacked that wave.
But don't speak too quick, because Leonardo Fioravanti just came through. 7.33, clutch surfing for Leo. So power rules the day, but either way, we got highlight packages out of that heat for sure. There's the payoff for Leonardo Fioravanti, a 7.33. So just when we thought Sammy had climbed out of the depths of a loss and regained control,
the two-banger came up strong, man. The way that he executed that first turn in the corner, dropped the knee to come out of it with speed, and then just annihilated the lip and then kind of redirected the board while he was on it. That was really fun to watch.
Man, Sammy is leaving it down to the wire. His backup score just wasn't enough. 5.67. Give it up for Pupo. That was a huge, huge performance there at the end of that heat. 8.60. I think at least that'll feel a little bit good. It's going to probably take a minute to recover from a loss like that. But with 45 minutes back on the clock, the yellow jersey has entered the chat. We're going to take a quick break, but we will be back with Jesse and Tanner.
The 2026 Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Cero is brought to you by Surf City, El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour.
Surf looking mighty fun today down here at Punta Roca. Sammy Pupo almost came in so clutch in that last heat, dropping a big, excellent number in the dying stages, but Leo Fioravanti is too good at competitive surfing. He found a score, got what he needed, and he is moving on through to that next round. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Tanner Gadauskas. Now, Tanner, we've had a couple of days to stew on these next two heats that we're calling, and we believe that they are very good heats.
Yeah, and too, how fun is it to roll up in the morning and see what we saw today, which is pretty much cranking Punta Roca. It's already off to the races. That first heat was exciting. Like, imagine waiting 45-minute heats, and then that last 5 minutes, it bumpers out, both guys getting great waves.
I know. I love the drama at the end of the heat as well. I hope we get plenty of that over the next couple heats that we are calling as well. This one actually does include our current world #1, the yellow jersey, Italo Ferreira, taking on Crosby Colapinto. Crosby, you'd have to say the underdog in this one, but has had some really big, convincing moments this year so far.
Well, in general, in his career, he's really produced a variety of different hallmark moments. He can surf in all different kind of conditions, do all kind of different maneuvers. This heat's amazing. Like, you talk about a clash of two different styles. Obviously, we have a goofy foot and a regular foot, and they just approach the wave so differently, like fundamentally different. So I'm so excited to be here in the booth with you.
Now, just to remind everyone as well, unfortunately, a few days ago, Italo Ferreira had a bit of an accident in one of his free surfs and went and got 8 stitches in his knee. So he is dealing with that as well. He's already surfed a heat so far in this competition. He won it, already having those stitches in his knee. He won the previous event, so the 2026 Cero Pro over in New Zealand. He was victorious there and had such an incredible speech, dedicated the win to his son and his wife back at home, who are now here traveling with him as well. First time they're ever traveling as a family, but Italo with a different type of kind of mindset to come into this one. Obviously that knee, I would imagine, would be causing him a little bit of grief, but he's been surfing like there isn't anything wrong with it so far.
Yeah, so we saw him truly tap into that bulldog spirit that we all love to see him tap into, where he's overcoming some kind of adversity and it pushes him competitively to focus, to be his best. And he was able to kind of get over a pretty tricky heat, his last heat actually, to put him here against Crosby. And we were chatting the other day in the booth thinking, okay, look, you're injured. Is it better to be surfing in smaller waves versus bigger waves? You know, when you talk about exerting your power over a knee that has a cut in it, like the body mechanics of surfing a smaller wave, it can be more twitch, and that might be harder. You know, it might actually come into his advantage by just holding steady, longer lines on bigger wave faces today. Or we're saying, you know, that's obviously more water column behind you and you're pushing off of it. Will it be harder for him to handle the power of Punta Roca today? I'm
really interested to see his take on that as well. I feel like that'll be pretty interesting. Obviously, 45-minute heat, so they've got a little bit of time to be selective. Someone who we saw have really great wave selection in that one. It came down super close in that last heat was Leo Fioravanti, part of that dog pound. And obviously, him and Dog have these incredible chats afterwards. Let's listen in.
What was that going to be? Like, it was definitely a 6, but then you needed like a 6.33. That was huge.
It was just a matter of how high they went with Sammy's, because yours was going to be a 6.
It was going to be a 6+.
But his was a 9.
But in the end, you needed like a mid 6. So
I
I was like
6.1.
6.1.
6.1.
So I thought it was always going to be around.
It's just such a fun team environment, honestly. I love just the Dog and how we can listen into that. Obviously, Dog is such a passionate coach as well. He's right there. He wants to be the first person meeting his athletes as soon as they come in from the water. As we see Italo having a bit of a paddle, not going to take that one pristine conditions this morning too, by the way. I mean, it's completely groomed, looks so fun, and considering we already had 2 excellent scores in that last heat, I feel like we've got a really good sign for the rest of the day here. Let's see if anyone pulls the trigger on this. Not going to happen, but let's talk about Sammy Pupo just for a moment. To be able to pull what he did in such a clutch moment in the dying stages of that heat, I feel like this year he has found more of himself than we've ever seen at any point in his championship tour career.
Yeah, and even that last wave, it really kind of embodies like the power of Sammy Pupo, where you're talking about fully faced carving wraps into a tight pocket turn and then the X Factor maneuver, and he's able to package it really like with beautiful synergy. Like it doesn't look like he's trying, it doesn't look like he's forcing. I personally think he has the ability to hopefully eventually be a world champion. He seems to have all the tools in the shed that he would need. It's just great to see him catching that personal confidence in these heats. He had a slow heat in the beginning, and Leo put him against the blocks early, and it was cool to see him fight back with the vengeance to get that score, which ultimately put him over the top of Leo. But the competitive savvy of Leo is something that is amazing to see.
Yeah, he's such an incredible surfer, and I love the fact that Sammy Pupo, obviously, the last few years has struggled to stay on tour. And then when he goes back to the Challenger Series, he's absolutely dominated. There's no doubt about that. Similar to what we see from Sally Fitzgibbons on the women's side. If she gets knocked back, you pretty much already give her a spot because you know that she's going to take one up to come back onto the championship tour. But just seeing that mindset shift, I feel like it usually does come around that 3rd or 4th year where you're like, no, actually, I belong to be here, and I want to battle for those world titles. Obviously, you've been on the tour yourself, and it feels like Sammy's starting to like hit that year where he's believing in himself so much more.
Well, also, too, the same narrative was Leo Fioravanti years before that, falling off and having to come back on. And I think as a competitor, when these guys deal with that much adversity and they're able to overcome it slowly, it can take time. It probably needs to take time because you're figuring out a new thing in your arsenal. Is it a new board? Is it a new mindset, a new coach? And once you click the gears and you start believing, then you know you've put in all this hard work. You feel confidence that you've never felt before. So we're seeing Leo, he looks phenomenal, and I think Sam is right behind him to catch that fire. I mean, he's going into his home country of Brazil. We know he's gonna feel good there. So it's going to be an exciting rest of the year for him.
All the Brazilians are just going to go crazy over there. You have to feel it. They always perform so well in front of their home. So we wish, obviously, Sammy Pupo the best of luck over in Brazil. Right now, our current #1, Italo Ferreira, like I mentioned earlier, in the yellow jersey, won the last event at stop #4 over in New Zealand. No takers so far in this heat for both of our surfers right now. The Ocean just having a little bit of breath in, having a moment. Obviously, Sammy Pupo and Crosby, both part of these really incredible brother duos that we have on the championship tour. And now for you, obviously, you've competed with your brother as well. For someone, say, in Griffin's shoes right now, I've always spoke about it with Crosby, but I feel like it's so much harder to watch someone you love compete than do it yourself.
Yeah, well, we were talking about it with you and your sister too. Like when you're watching a family member compete and you know the stress, I think it's more like you're focusing on the work that they've put in and you want the very best for them. Like you're in their court stronger than anybody realistically. And I know, well, Griffin I think is at home, and I know he'd be tuned in right here watching with love and support for Crosby, because if you're not in the event, you definitely want your sibling to be winning that event. There's really nobody else you'd be rooting for.
Well, it's pretty interesting as well, because you and your brother were kind of the Colapintos before the Colapintos came on tour, and I was chatting to Joe, and they used to love watching you compete down at Trestles, and it feels like you've got to see both of these brothers kind of grow up and their careers start to flourish right now. For Crosby, similar to Sammy Pupo, it feels like this year he's also really coming into his own and starting to maybe break away from that little brother mode and standing on his own type of thing.
For sure, and I would say like the Colapintos at large, I think everybody in San Clemente loves these guys. They've taken the bar and they've just blown it way out. Their work in Hawaii, they've been putting a lot of time in over the course of their career, like Triple Crown wins, digital pipe master, I believe, is Crosby, and they just charge. And I think everybody just, obviously they're such great humans, they're so nice, but as a surfer, they really put the work in those places where it matters. And so that's their foundation. And then essentially with Trestles, their high performance game is so very strong, right? And today, Crosby, he's going to need to be tapping in on that, because he's got Italo Ferreira, it's a world champ. This guy is pound for pound, one of the most gnarly goofy foots on the planet still. So even if he is injured, I think Crosby's gonna have to be focusing to understand he has all the skills it takes, but now he has to compete against this man right here to get it done as we see the first wave coming.
It feels like we might get a start right now. Crosby seems very interested in this wave. He's going to use up the start here. He's got the inside of Italo Ferreira. Let's see what he can do with it. Lovely first connection here for Cros. Just so silky smooth on his rail, so powerful. Drives even harder into the third section here for Crosby. Again, just, I love the fact that he never misses a beat when he starts to put his board on rail. So clean. Little bit stuck in the foam through this inside. If he can go big, that's a good looking first wave there. Gets the fins out the back with the completion. You've just taken the first real wave that's come through in this last kind of heat off the current world #1. It feels like Crosby could start to put himself in a nice momentum here.
Here we are 32 minutes in, close to a potential restart, right? We've almost been 15 minutes waiting. Yeah, and so in my mind, Crosby does a phenomenal job of riding this wave, staying on his board. He found good carving maneuvers through the middle part of the wave. I think these two turns right here specifically, he's utilizing a cool body mechanic where he carves and then whips at the very end, looking back at that tail block. And it just creates a unique flavor for that maneuver, a little bit of extra spice, and that can kind of go a long ways in terms of your scores, and stays on the board, pops the fins out. So I'm thinking for Cros, great starting ride, gets the engine moving, and now he's on his way.
And then Italo, he's going to take his first wave. Great looking first turn for Italo. Just such a nice first connection. Had so much drama about it. He's gone to the rail through this midsection here. You can see it almost feels like it has a slightly tapered wall through this midsection. He's going to get out of there, but good signs is that based on that first maneuver, that knee seems to be fine. He just looks so sharp, and I feel like he's the type of surfer that will never back down from a fight.
Yeah, we were all wondering how's he going to feel. Looks like he's feeling pretty good. That first turn was definitely electric and signs of what he's hoping to achieve in this heat.
So Italo and Crosby both with scores to come in right now. Let's take a look at this first turn from Italo.
So utilizing a grab rail bottom turn there, he springs into the lip like a rubber band, and he's able to utilize a ton of speed and create great energy. The wave kind of, you know, after those first two turns, it really did peter out. So he's kind of doing backside cutties, which are always hard for scoring potential. And after a couple, he just chooses to click off. But this turn right here, yes, if he's able to click into 2 to 3 of these on a wave, we're going to be seeing some incredible scores for Italo today.
I feel like Italo as well, we haven't seen a goofy footer win this event before. The only goofy footer to ever make the finals on the men's side, I'm talking men's side by the way, obviously we have Caroline who's won on the women's, but as far as Italo, I feel like this is an event that he could actually be that first goof to take it out here. The only person that we've seen goofy in the finals so far over the last few years was Yago a couple of years ago, where it felt like he was on his way to win that event. He's been pretty open about saying that he felt like he was as well. So this is a big moment as well, not just for Italo to maintain that yellow jersey, but to get the goofs a win here over in El Salvador. Crosby's first wave locks in here to 617. Italo opting for the paddle back out. He's regained priority. It feels like Crosby is going to get the better of the first exchange just based on just those lengths of ride and how dominant Crosby was there. So Italo's in. It's a 5-point ride. Seems like he's pretty interested in this one. He's going to have a big paddle. It's a really hard one into this wave here. A lot of wall in front of him. Italo has to go on rail. You can see maybe a little fumble on that first section there, just those fins not engaging how he wanted. He's going to get out of there. Obviously 45-minute heats, really long time to be able to find those waves and create that momentum there. But for Crosby, I feel like this is a really good moment for him to try and take advantage of right now.
Definitely. It's definitely switched into his favor with having priority, having the high score of the heat so far, where we see Italo come in with a 5. But the thing I feel like today, I was watching before we got into the booth, Jesse, and, you know, as a surfer, you want great body language. You know, I feel like you want to look aggressive over your surfboard and switched on and present and ready to attack. And a lot of these waves are moving slower across the cobblestones. So I feel like it's a mixture of timing yourself correctly. And, you know, these bigger waves, it's sometimes it's hard because they push off of the cobblestones like we see right here, where your only maneuver choice is a bit of a cutback. And so then it becomes all about timing the maneuvers, because we've seen basically the biggest scores come from the biggest section. Leo and Sammy Pupo the last heat. If you're able to hit that dynamic ending section, that's really, at the end of the day, what it's all about. So I feel like in this heat, it'll be interesting to see. Crosby did a really great job in the beginning of just timing his arcs, letting the wave set up, but still looking radical. So what's your take on that? Like, allowing yourself to slow down, but not slow down too much.
I feel like we saw it really beautifully in a heat with Zhao and George in the second round of the men's, where they just met the pace of the wave. They really did. It didn't feel like they were chasing anything or trying to force something on those sections where maybe it wasn't popping up. They just sat so perfectly in the bowl. And I feel like watching it so far and surfing it a few times myself, it feels like the type of wave where if you just meet the wave where it's at and stay in those pockets, obviously easier said than done. It's so great for me to sit in here and be like, they need to do this. But as far as I've seen and the way some of those surfers that have stood out for me, including George, I mean, he was a massive standout for me just with someone and how they met this wave. I feel like it's just staying so tight in the pocket. We saw a really similar strategy over in Raglan, and the person who did that the best was Carissa Moore, and she ended up winning the whole event. And I feel like that's kind of the same take over here at Punta Roca, but then you can kind of stretch out and get away to those big end sections. However, I have noticed some of those end sections also do tend to break away. Yes. So it depends on kind of the way you want to attack it there. Obviously, we had a really cool drama storyline play out in that last heat where Sammy got to the win and then Leo went back and got it at the end. So Leo Fioravanti is down on the glass with Mitch.
Leo, congratulations. What a heat. The 45 minutes, though, it is long. Had you ever surfed a heat like that out there, especially man-to-man situation with pumping waves like this? Congratulations.
Thank you. I don't think I'd surfed a 45 minute. I think 40 minutes for sure, but not 45. That was, I mean, the waves are good, very slow, very hard to find them. I knew I had a good start, but again, someone like Sammy, I knew it was never going to be over. And it took him a while to get those big scores, but at the end, you know, you needed a 7.8, and there is good waves out there, and Sammy rips so hard. So he got that last wave. I heard the screams. I'm like, wow, he must have done something big at the end. Went on the wave after, and I was like, okay, this is it. 2 big turns. I already have an 8. Kind of did a little bit of math in my mind, and I was just stoked to make that finish turn. It felt pretty big, and I was pretty sure it was going to be in the mid 6 to 7 range, which would have made him need another score.
They're regrouping after a few days off, though, especially when you were out there in the water. They called it off mid-heat. They said, come in, and now a few days later, you actually do surf. How do you switch that on instantly when you need it, Leo?
Yeah, the other day, sorry, I had a mosquito in my mouth. The other day, the waves were fun, and then the wind came up right when the heat started, so I was really happy with, you know, the call of them stopping, because, you know, we're both really good surfers, and we wanted to go, if we go down, we go down in good waves. And I think this was a good example. You know, Sammy surfed an incredible heat, so did I, and we just led our surfing to the talking, which is what you want at Punta Roca.
Let's talk about the equipment. I saw one of the main shapers now for Sharp Eye, Taylor Clark. He paddled out with your backup board. This board looks sensational, though. 550 by Sharp Eye?
Yeah, 550 by Sharp Eye, actually shaped in Australia by the Australian shaper. Sharp Eye's got an incredible team all over the world. You know, in Europe, we do an incredible job. Australia, we do an incredible job. They do an incredible job. And of course, Marcio and Taylor, they're an incredible team. So I was riding a 6.5, 550, which is, I think, the best model for out here. And it felt amazing. My equipment feels good. So hopefully, maybe surf again later, I think. So let's keep it going.
Big possibility. Congratulations. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Awesome. Congratulations, Leo. Thank you, Mitch. It's really interesting to hear Leo talk about those 45-minute heats. He said he's never surfed those ones before, and it kind of sparked this idea in my head, because when you take a look at the heat draw, right, obviously you mentally think who's the underdog, who's got the upper hand in it. But for someone like Leo coming up against Sammy Pupo, I'm going to hold on that thought, because Crosby's paddling for a wave right now, so you just simmer with that for a second. It's low, really deep. Crosby using priority here. He's going to come round, nothing much on the line down the end there. So maybe a bit of a sell here from Italo. But right now, I feel like for heats that are 45 minutes, it gives an extended amount of time for those surfers who catch fire and are momentum surfers, I feel like these extra heats actually kind of play into the favor of the underdog mentality right now.
I actually couldn't agree with you more. It's just understanding the dynamic of the length of the heat, I think, is pretty fascinating. You know, as Crosby kicks out, that's actually a phenomenal maneuver to get out of there. He'll be liking the luxury of the longer heat, you know, with where he's at. But with Leo, I feel like he gets his scores early, right? Essentially, when you have longer heats and you build a house early, you're kind of trying to usher your competitor to the door, right? You're trying to take away their opportunities. You're trying to just focus on what you can control to do your best to close the heat out. So if you have, let's just say if Crosby gets another score and he has now 20 minutes to kind of cage a world champion, that's so tough. Like, I feel like mentally you have to stay sustained in your aggression to realize that the goal is going to be a longer paced goal today rather than a 5 minutes right away. Okay, look, sit on him with priority. Like, there's no reason you would sit on anybody with the priority situation with 20 minutes.
Absolutely not. And I feel like when you look at that draw, like surfers like Sammy Pupo, when he catches fire, it is dangerous, and he showed that in that last heat, got an 8. Other names that really stand out to me as well, Zhao Chianca.
Yes.
He's a real momentum surfer. So I feel like for someone like Cowley, who's been so dominant, got scores really early so far, surfers like himself and Italo need to keep that energy for the entirety of the heat. But then when I looked at heat number 8, Baron and Al, they both kind of come into that category for me where the more time actually plays into both of their favors right now. They both kind of still give me that underdog mentality, and I feel like they can both catch fire, so I feel like that's going to be a really fun matchup between those two. But then you think about heat number 7, Gabe v Jack. That's going to be the biggest calculated heat ever. I mean, those two are going to just be using so many different tactics to try and take down each other.
It's such a good point. Yeah, there's so many phenomenal draws, and I think then you apply those heat dynamics into a location like Punta Roca, which essentially space equals opportunity for surfers. And when we've all been there where you need a score and the clock is ticking down, you get a wave, and then you dart away from your competitor to ride another wave. So you can essentially go 2 for 1 at the end. And like you've said, rhythm surfers love that kind of opportunity. So with a long point break with big waves, it's really, really hard to stay on top of your competitor if you're trying to close a heat out. So hopefully we see fireworks like that throughout this day.
I feel like we will. Yeah. I feel like you're almost guaranteed it with 45-minute heats. Like, we should get at least 2 big moments from all of our competitors today. Like Leo said, they're kind of hard to find out there. Bit of a wave rolling through here. Crosby's got second priority. He's going to take this one underneath Italo here. He's going to get out. That one, when I turned around my shoulder, actually had a pretty big peak down the line. So unfortunately, caught behind here for Crosby. Italo is very convinced by this wave. Taking off under the lip here. He's going to go straight into it, not mucking around at all for Italo. Vertical on the first section, big looking wall ahead of our world #1 right now. That yellow jersey looking light on Italo's shoulders here. Let's see what this end section provides. It looks like it's starting to stand up. He's going to go into the foam here for Italo. Big moment out the back. You can see he just had to really pace that end section though.
It's a great, okay, so phenomenal. So straight away, like, how's your boogie board takeoff on one of the set waves of the day?
I would have gone over.
Stand up at the bottom, straight into a backside bottom turn, which essentially to execute a bottom turn, you want to be on your toe edge. So on your backside, being on your heel edge, to be standing up, popping up straight into that is really a tricky dynamic. And to get directly into the lip and maximize that first maneuver is huge score right here. That is wacky. And then straight into a grab rail bottom turn in front of Crosby, air drops out of it. So this, Jesse, is where it starts to be what I was talking about a little earlier. Italo knows he's got a great score. He's got to slow down. He's got to relax as a goofy foot surfer because he knows if he can find the right timing into this maneuver, which he essentially did, there wasn't much to offer, but you don't want to go there too early, and you obviously don't want to go there too late. So well read by Italo.
Look at that takeoff. It literally broke on his head, and then he popped up and went straight up into that section. That also speaks volumes to the amount of time this guy spends training outside the water. You have to be strong to be able to manufacture that much drive and energy into that first turn.
Yeah, and then into an airdrop, like there's some form of gymnastics as well. Wow. So Italo's here to compete. I mean, definitely looks on fire and sharp. That's a barrel.
Are you kidding? I feel like it's pretty safe to say 80% of surfers around the world probably would have stayed under and gone down.
Like we were talking about, he basically stood up but kept his left hand on the rail to utilize it as a grab rail bottom turn. And I love that. His body positioning, the way he stands on his board, he springs like a rubber band once he releases out of the bottom, and he accelerates at the lip. And he always has that really cool, crispy puncture turn on his backside, which he's utilized twice already. And, you know, we have to say the 5 that he has in his scoreline didn't really offer that much after that first turn. So the merit of these first turns garner bigger scores.
It truly is safe to say that this guy is one of the best entertainers that we have in our sport currently right now. Just that takeoff, that big first turn, the judges, they loved it. It comes in, there's the IC scoreline, 7.5, one judge going as high as an 8-point ride here. And that really, you nailed it perfectly there, Tanner. A lot of that, you'd say bulk of the points coming from that first turn, just with how dramatic that was and how tight and cupped out that first section is.
You know, it's funny because I'm sure the judges, obviously they're watching waves this entire waiting period and day to day, and you can only digest so much. So when Italo is able to stand up and maximize one major maneuver in the beginning, you already are thinking great score, great ride. So as long as he stays on his board, does the work behind that, I feel like the merit stays there. You know, like you can't really digest too many maneuvers on a wave, so make it simple is actually sometimes a great maneuver.
For me, you know what's great as well is if you look at the other side of the coin, and Crosby Colapinto is currently in second, needs a 6.34. Thinking back to his 6.17, I'm thinking that was first gear. Crosby has so much more to give than what he did on that wave. It was a mid-size wave, obviously surfed it really well from start to finish, but a 6.34 essentially feels kind of like nothing for Crosby.
Yeah, but at the same time, it is a tricky score because does he go to his big bag of tricks and start to unleash the blowtail reverses, the air game, or does he stay fundamental? Does he stay on the wave face and know that he got a 6 for power surfing? So we'll see what he chooses.
Italo, having a look at this one. Let's remember, Crosby has first priority here. He's going to take off in the foam as well. So a couple of tricky takeoffs back to back right now for our surfers. Crosby, unfortunately, a little deep on that one there. So he's going to have to kick out. That priority now shifts back to Italo. So far, a lot of momentum is going towards Italo's way here. But Crosby, he's going to get his moment. I feel like it's definitely coming right now. And like we spoke about earlier, that momentum idea, it's going to start to swing back to Crosby at some point. He's going to catch fire. But right now, we do have Mitch Salazar down with a special guest in the Crosby camp.
Yeah, David, Electric, family, friend of the Colapinto family, the whole clan right here for San Clemente. David, you ripped yesterday during the free surf. What do you see out there from the crowds right now? And how are you a family friend when you see these guys coming out of these events? You're here pretty much all the time.
Yeah, you know, the waves have been nonstop pretty much, you know, big south swells, so you can expect nothing but waves all day on tap. And, you know, we're here to support our boy, Crosby, you know, our hometown boy, here to represent Mayhem team, and we're all here to support him and show him all the love we can give him.
Are you playing any steel pulse at the house where you guys are staying just to keep the vibes high?
Always. Sometimes, you know, every now and then the songs will just pop up, just not even having to pick them, and they'll just come on, right on, Stepping Out, Your House, all that good stuff, yeah.
You love this place so much, you even made a song about it. Could you just like tell us about the experience that you've had right here at this location?
Yeah, this is a really special place. You know, you travel to, you know, certain places in your life, and there's a certain energy that really grasps you and takes you in, and this is one of them. This is a really special place. Obviously, we come here for the waves, but the culture here and the people, the food, everything about El Salvador is just, it's a beautiful place, yes.
Appreciate your time, David. David Electric from Steel Pulse down here at the Colapinto camp, guys.
Oh, thanks, Mitch. Pretty cool to see that we've got musicians all on about. Chris Cote is in the commentary team as well. We literally do have just stars of the music industry hanging about the comp side at the moment. But fun member to have in your camp. That's pretty cool for Crosby.
David is awesome. And yeah, he is basically a family member of the Colapintos. These guys are traveling with their father, Mitch, too. And I think it just surrounds them with positive, loving energy in these events. And the Colapintos have always done a great job of that. I feel like their perspective is it's fun, you know, and they are very transparent with the ups and downs of the tour life. And I feel like as a surfer on the outside of it now, you can relate with that, you know, because you are on a hero's journey when you are on this tour. And as us being surf fans, we really appreciate them allowing us to come inside and understand like what makes them tick. So really love those guys.
Yeah, it feels like it's a pretty fun looking camp that Crosby has, just supporting him in his corner. Right now, though, he is looking for a 6.34, so a little bit of work to do for Crosby. Italo Ferreira trying to hold it down. Cowley Vast getting ready. He's coming up soon. We'll be right back after this.
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative to inspire the surf community to protect and conserve our One Ocean to preserve the future of our sport.
Para mí es muy importante porque soy surfeador. Creo que el devolver al mar y a la tierra.
So what we've been doing is collecting plastics before it gets to the ocean and recycle it into usable products. Now you can go to the beach, Punta Roca, you don't see that many trash because they save it. It can change so many lives, and see that for me is so beautiful to see.
One Ocean, an incredible initiative trying to take care of our One Ocean and One Planet. Crosby Colapinto has been involved in a lot of that. He's up and riding right now. Great looking first carve here for Crosby. Tight arc in the pocket on the second turn. Again, a little bit of bump on that wave. Felt like there was a sidewobble rolling through. Wasn't interested in the end there, but I feel like there's good signs just from the start of that wave that Crosby's hungry for it right now.
Yeah, he has the intent for sure. I think Noted Griffin texted that Crosby is riding a 6'4" step driver in this heat. So what you're looking at here is a lot of the bigger framed guys on Mayhem have grabbed a step driver, and it really looks phenomenal. Under Crosby's feet, he's able to not only hold the rail, get the line, get the speed, but he can create an arc and a snap in these maneuvers. Right here, coming off the bottom, he projects so well into this carve, boom, and then wraps and creates a lot of flare out of the end of that. So Noted, David saying he's down there supporting the Mayhem team. I know Matt Biolis and his son River are here watching, critiquing, and just loving. Their entire team has looked phenomenal in this event.
Honestly, I love how invested all the shapers are. I feel like especially this year, JS was at majority of those first events. DH was there too. Obviously, Britt and Brent Power traveled to a lot of these events for CI, and then we've also seen Matt down here. He's went on a bit of a family holiday as well, brought them all along the tour, and it's so cool to see just these shapers, and they have been for a really long time, but still show up for their athletes. Obviously, they have so much faith in their equipment, but for someone like Matt to be sitting here watching, critiquing like you mentioned, and Taylor Clark here for Sharp Eye as well, just a note for that. I just feel like that's why we're seeing surfboard shaping and the craftsmanship of the entire process just continue to get better and better and better every season.
Yeah, and ultimately the trickle-down effect of that is so huge. What you see is these guys getting to work with the top level athletes and moving their designs forward at the highest performing level that it can be. So then it gets implemented into the models that go to stock boards, that go to your local retail store. So basically the entirety of the surf world watches these events and notes the models these guys are riding. And I think it is very important for the head shapers and the guys designing these kinds of boards to be here.
Yeah, pretty interesting to take a look at the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings presented by Veya. Lost, almost had a clean sweep, over at Raglan. DH and Channel Islands had clean sweeps at the 2 events prior to that. Sharp Eye so in the mix, JS as well. So obviously these are the stats coming into El Salvador. We'll get to see kind of the shake-up of points for everyone going into Brazil for that next event. But such a fun side kind of competition that we have going on throughout the entirety of the season, and it's become quite a competitive force between all of those shapers.
It has been, and you know, to be honest, that pushes the progression even more. It's not just these guys riding these boards at the highest level, it's also the team that they create, and that creates an energy too. It's like, hey, you're now getting the Mayhem boards, or you're now getting the Sharp Eye boards, and Leo tapped into the global production. He mentioned Bell Surf, who's making it in France. He's got Taylor Clark making it with Marcio in San Diego. You've got a great shaper in Australia. So being on these team, it allows you to unlock traveling all over the world and getting boards from these different places. And that's just a super fun experience because they're all at such a high level.
Ichilo, having a look at this one here, looking at better, a 5-point ride to apply some more pressure on Crosby. Goes for a big air. Felt like maybe that wind starting to puff up a little bit just off the back of that wave there. But I tell you what, if you had any doubts about Italo not going to go for it, even though he has 8 stitches in his knee currently, you were wrong. He's never going to hold back from a situation.
I suppose that's the truth of how he's always competed. You know, he lifts himself up to see this has basically one maneuver on the wave, and he thinks, okay, what's the best maneuver I possibly can do here? Which the wind, when you're, I don't know, it's not necessarily an air wind that's going to cross over the bottom of his board. So he would have had to get himself towards the beach for that offshore wind to hold the board to him. Backside rotation in that kind of a situation, very hard to do. Do it once you're traversing down the line for quite a while, it's even harder. But again, Italo is literally one of the best in the game at it, so it's great to see him trying that because now we know where his mindset is at.
We just had a big couple of sets roll through as well. There was multiple lines behind that wave from Italo, so just noting that this swell is also building at the same time. We are seeing it increase in size tomorrow, and unfortunately catching Crosby off guard through that last run of sets there. So he's going to hold priority. We've got just over 5 minutes to go. Italo, over the last couple of years, his best result so far was the first year he came here back in 2022. He had a 3rd place here. Right now, last year, he's trying to better 5th place. He got knocked to Jordy Smith. He was the eventual winner of this event here. So you can see Italo, for this event, a 3rd, 2 quarterfinals. It's actually a relatively consistent event for someone like Italo.
It's crazy when that can happen for these guys. Even if it's not necessarily wins every time, it's that launching pad. You feel comfortable here. It's becoming a sweet spot to be trustworthy, to get some kind of a result. Is this the year that I win it? You know, is this the year that I'm making the finals? So that's amazing to have in Italo's court, but at the same time, here we are under 5 minutes. Crosby is in this game, right? He's split the difference of a 7.5 and a 5 with his 6.17. So now we're talking, we mentioned it earlier, Jesse, is Crosby going to go to the air? His mindset must be much different now. You know, he's looking to consolidate and get 1 score on the board, hoping it would be better than Italo's 7.5, but he'll take a 6.3 and above.
Italo looking pretty convinced at this wall of water coming through here. He's going to get this one under Crosby's priority. It's going to run off down the line here. When you think about Crosby, there's 4 minutes to go, needs that 6.34. We talk about airs, and obviously Crosby having this incredible repertoire of maneuvers. Thinking back to that 6.17, I don't actually think he needs to go to the air at this point if he's surfing to the score of a 6.34. Obviously, if he wants to go above and beyond, definitely, hands down, go for it. But he's got priority. He can choose the next best wave that goes through, and he's surfing. The judges are reflecting that. They're going to reward it just because of how convincing and strong he's looking in his turns. So I feel like Crosby, he's looking pretty calm out there. I feel like it's not a super fidgety Crosby that maybe we've seen previously in tight situations like this, but for me personally, looking at this, I don't think he needs to go out of his skin to get a 6.34.
I would agree. I feel like for him, it could just honestly come down to the potential of a wave coming or not. It has been inconsistent. It's been really hard to put yourself in the right spot for those waves. But for Kraz, it's more or less, how are you meeting this moment? His mindset right now, he's out there. We've got a yellow jersey in the lead, 12-5 total. Arguably, he's done the work to win this heat. So Crosby needs to get on his horse to do the 6.3 kind of surfing. We obviously know he can, but is he nervous? Is he feeling great? Is he excited for this moment, which we're hoping for, because we want those fireworks.
As a competitive surfer yourself, but you've also had a brother in the competitive industry, like I mentioned. At this point, if you put yourself in Griffin's shoes, are you screaming at the TV?
Oh, no. Honestly, maybe that's why he went home, because he didn't want the camera in his face. You get so nervous.
Out of here.
Yes.
I know, it would be cool to see just like Griffin's kind of live reaction of what's going on right now, because if it was myself and this was my sister, oh my gosh, my nails would be gone. I'd be pacing back and forth, but come on, True, like get away. But obviously this is the part of our sport that is completely out of our control. Everything else you can really hone in and make your own destiny. But right now, these 2 minutes to go, we've just seen a big set roll through. They're not that consistent with how often those sets are coming through. So if you're Crosby, you're thinking if a mid-size one with a wall rolls in, let's go.
But when do you make that call? Because it's an honorable thing that he's doing. He's waiting. He has his wave selection dialed. He knows he needs a 6.3 or better, because potentially Italo could ride one just behind. So we'll see him drop in right here.
Crosby's going to do it. Less than 2 minutes to go. Needs a 6.34 here. Pushes hard on this first carve. He's going to need to really go into the second. Drifts that tail around. Can see momentarily was on the heels. Big oncoming section, and goes down here for Crosby Colapinto. Needed that big moment here for Cros. That was unfortunately an opportunity lost on that last section. It's so hard to make. That oncoming water is so powerful, but the work was done prior to that.
Oh my gosh, I was barely hanging. I felt like I was so exciting, and what a great maneuver selection in that second turn. You could almost feel he felt it too. His body language might have changed to a bit more of bracing for the final turn to know he could have consolidated on a score. It'll be really cool to see this in replay, because Crosby waited. He needed to produce the score. As we see this first turn, electric, comes out with a lot of speed, lines up. This is your major maneuver, and that's sick. Comes a little off kilter because the foam ball is a bit ballistic. It puts his timing off. That's just so punishing there.
It feels like when you come into a section like that, you're thinking to yourself, I need to make this. But there's so much oncoming water, maybe just this slight moment where he goes on his heels just here, wipes off just that little bit too much speed to get the projection out of that section.
Yeah, and too, where he hit it, it wasn't the convergent foam ball coming out of him. It was almost like he lip lined a floater and then popped off before it, and the timing of it then put him into the flats and on his heels, so into a layback. Gosh, that's so hard to see.
Score comes in, it's a 4.83, and you'd have to think that with that completion, it probably would have gone the mile. It probably would have got to that point that he needed the 6.34. So Crosby Colapinto, as time runs out, the hooter goes, this heat is officially over. Crosby, we are going to lose him out of the draw. He's going to take home a 9th place finish here in El Salvador, moving into Brazil. But this man, he just keeps rolling on through. Quarterfinals coming up next for Italo Ferreira. Looking so great. That knee doesn't seem to be wreaking too much havoc here. 7.5 and a 5. It just felt like a nice, easy-paced heat for someone like Italo.
Yeah, and that's so dangerous for us to be watching that. In this kind of event, we know he could go very far, and then, uh-oh, here comes Brazil. He's feeling the heat. He's in the yellow jersey. This man loves putting on a show in front of a crowd.
I love just the world champion storylines that are starting to unfold. Obviously, crucial points this time of year. Every single event counts. And Italo, he's going to hang on for yet another heat. He's heading into the quarterfinals. We've got another great matchup coming up next. Carly Vaz taking on Zhao Chianca, a rookie, be a competitor who's trying to find his momentum back this year. Let's tune in. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
Punta Roca es una ola realmente perfecta. Yo creo que Punta Roca lo hace especial la naturaleza misma. Está ubicada en un lugar privilegiado, tiene una exposición para que el sol entre y sea sensible y hayan olas casi todo el año. Y además es un orgullo nacional. No es solo el lugar donde crecí, el lugar donde aprendí a divertirme, sino que también es un lugar en el que me siento orgulloso, porque la gente habla de Punta Roca como un lugar perfecto. Estamos en Playa San Blas, al lado del Cocal. A mí me gusta el atardecer acá porque tenemos una mezcla perfecta, un escenario en el que tenemos arena, tenemos piedras y también tenemos el escenario donde están todas las cordilleras entrando una detrás de la otra y el sol entra justo en el mar.
And very excited about his last one, probably breaking down what was a bit of a bumpy takeoff on his best looking wave. It was a 7.5, he pretty much got barreled on the takeoff, came up and went crazy into the lip line, and that got him pretty much the win in that last heat. Now we look to heat number 6, Cali Vast taking on Zhao Chianco. We're looking at number 18 in the world, taking on world number 23, really close in the rankings. Points up for grabs right now between these two surfers who would love a quarterfinals at this part of the season. Great looking matchup, good friends in this one as well, and two surfers who have been a real standout so far in this event. My name is Jessie. I'm joined in the booth by Tanner, but Tanner, what do you make of this matchup right now? Because this is one that I was a fan that we got to call right now.
I know, and when we kept looking at the heat draws, I kept saying like, oh my gosh, I hope I'm in the booth for this heat.
Yes.
I'm so excited to watch these guys go against each other. It's, of course, we're clashing a goofy foot and a regular foot, but it's like a brawl. The way these guys surf is guttural. You actually can feel the power coming from within them, both looking in form. We heard Joao on the interview the other day say his board made the heat. He didn't even make the board. He's dealing with a magic craft under his feet. Kauli looks incredible. Oh my goodness, he came over the top of Felipe the other day. Electric. As a goofy foot surfer, it was absolutely immaculate. So hoping these guys get into exchanges and open up. This is going to be a really great heat.
Yeah, Zhao already with a score on the board as well, so just a 4-point ride. Take me through this first wave here, Tanner.
Well, for Joao, it's going to be hopefully turns like this. He just has such a cool, creative approach, utilizing his body strength over the rails of the surfboard. I had a really cool chat with Joao the other day. As we were waiting for the call, he seemed at ease, to be honest, and I was picking his brain on what he was riding. And he said after the end of last year, he came away to Brit and said, hey, I really want to reset. I want to look at some of the old files that you guys have had within CI and see if there's something I can dig up from that and start new, start fresh. And so he put some old files under the computer and they got him under his feet. He did a surf trip to Mexico. And he said, it was really just refreshing to ride a couple different kinds of boards. There's the Remix, there's the G-Rabbit, which ultimately he's riding the G-Rabbit, which is, it's an old Jordy Smith file.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, and I feel like it's a really good look for him. It's also great that he's able to grab that inspiration from a bigger dude when Jordy was working with Channel Islands. So Joao putting it to the test, but I just am such a fan of his surfing because he has so much X factor.
It feels really cool that a lot of these surfers are starting to get on some older files, because obviously we had Kanoa in the booth the other day, and Kanoa's actually on old Joel Parko file from when he was in his prime years and winning world titles, and it makes sense to me to be on those boards because those guys have had success on models already. So obviously we spoke about it in that previous heat, that we're seeing this great acceleration of surfboard building and designs and using different fibers and materials to better surfboards, but sometimes you can't go wrong with looking back of what worked in the past. And whether it's a Jordy Smith G-Rabbit or a Parko model that from JS, I love the fact that we're seeing more and more surfers be like, what worked for them? It worked on the Dream Tour. Let's give it a go myself. And I think it makes sense. Obviously another JS rider, Cali Vast. Wow, massive first turn here for Cali, just big into the lip hack to start this one off. Drives through a carb on this second one, using power to his advantage. He really does have that on Zhao in this heat. Let's see what this next section offers up for Cali Vast here. just waiting for this one, not going to outsurf it, not going to outpace it. He's really met the tempo of this wave all event, into it for a finishing turn here for Cowley. So big out the back, big through the inside. This feels like Cowley, again, hitting his strides early in this heat right now.
Yeah, he's definitely keeping that Italo conversation going and lifting as a goofy foot surfer here, and what you can do with these big open face rights. Ka'uli, it's really timely, Jesse, that you're bringing up the Parco file, because he was telling me in the Rebel Athlete Zone yesterday that he's on that same file, Forget Me Not, and he actually scales it. So he rides it as a shortboard, takes it into his step-ups, and rides it all the way into chopes. So he really, really loves and identifies the curve under his feet, and you can see it looking so comfortable. The board looked very spicy on his last turn and his first turn, and the wave had decreased in size. It had almost halved in size. So he doesn't have to take his foot off the gas as he moves into the different forms of the wave. This turn's amazing. Pivots around his body in the lip. And then he's able to sneak into the pocket here. And this will be the challenge of the day, in my belief, for the goofy foot surfers versus the regular foot surfers. It's a flattened out section, so you want to still have the emphasis to get these great rides, but you don't want to overcook it, because the big issue here is your timing into this last turn. And Ka'uli came in a little early and was able to create extra body torque and made that last turn. He polished it. He buttoned it up really well to just get the best amount of scoring out of that wave.
That first turn was legit. That really was.
Yeah.
I feel like we spoke about in that last heat as well with George Pitter, just the tempo of his waves in the entirety of it. I'm not just talking in the Rashi, I'm talking out of the Rashi, competing in the free surfs. He's just met this wave at such a beautiful pace. And thinking about his warm-up to this, it wasn't a conventional pre-event training ground. He went and surfed massive chopes, but maybe that actually is the go, because you can't outpower Chopu. From what I know, I haven't surfed that wave, and openly, probably won't ever. It looks terrifying, but it looks like you have to meet that wave where it's at, because if you try and outpower it, it's going to outpower you, and I feel like Cowley channeling that over here in Punta Roca.
You're making a great point, and actually Strider had a conversation with Ka'uli. Let me walk you through here this replay real quick. This turn is phenomenal. Up into the lip, condenses over his body, then has to airdrop, very similar to what Italo is doing. To get that most critical part of the wave, you have to put yourself on the lip, which a lot of times puts you out over the wave face. You have to disconnect your rail and reset. So Ka'uli doing really great here with his backhand surfing. But to your point, Strider was chatting with them, and of course we saw Ka'uli surfing just before this event. It was barely paddleable. He got some insane waves. It was mainly toe, and he came back saying, hey, I almost died over there. There was so much adrenaline. I had to put myself on the line that this feels like fun to me. And he's kind of felt relaxed. Actually, moving through the athlete zone, he has a certain amount of swagger that he keeps on a day-to-day basis, and I think it's amazing.
Swagger is such a good word. He does have a lot of swagger when he walks around. He really does fit into his own energy. He's not like kind of looking around, seeing what everyone else is doing. He's just so solely focused on his own journey. Look at the IC scoreline though, 7-3-3. Judges, 3 of them unanimous with 7.5s. We have a 7 and a 6.5 in there as well. And just feels like Cowley, he's just got that first turn on lock right now, and he's really picking, which is a conversation we've spoken about a lot, picking good waves for a goofy footer out there.
And that's so tricky. Only gotten harder as the conditions have had a little bit more wind swell mixed in. It's amazing out here. Don't get me wrong. It's going off. It's offshore. It's massive. But to have the timing, so you're riding these waves, and as a goofy foot surfer, the balance is trying to shave as much speed as you can off, but not lose it, so you can get up into the lip, exactly where the scoring potential of the wave is. And Ka'uli and Italo have done a great job so far.
Yeah, I love the fact that their 2 goofy footers have already dropped big 7-point rides. Well, not early, but just convincingly in both of their heats right now. So Zhao with a little bit of work to do to get himself back into this one. We've got 33 minutes over that actually, and Zhao, he's got this one here, hoping that this one bowls up ahead of him, driving, holding, pushing that carve all the way through here for Zhao. Again, brings it round to the power source. Love the fact that he's not forcing too much out on the face here. Obviously, we want to see these big end sections. That's where a lot of the drama comes from, a big bulk of the points here too. So Zhao with a nice big carve out the back. This inside section bowling up here. Connects with the lip line. He's pushing it back on the rail through this midsection here for Zhao. This board, like we mentioned, looking incredible under his feet, but just getting buckled right at that end section. You could see that oncoming water, unfortunately, knocking him off when it was looking like it was going to be a really convincing make on that end section.
And oh my goodness, has that end section been hard to read this entire event? There's so much foam. Look at all the rocks that Joao's now having to duck dive around. There's just seems like a lot of turbulence, and it looked like everything was correct in its right place, and right at the very end, Joao coming unglued there. But I feel like this is a great ride. Of course, the first turn was really, really spicy as he came into, or I guess the second turn here, as he sets up, creates the emphasis, and delivers. You know, this is so important to see this fully engaged all the way around to the foam. And a thing for me with Joao, the pivot in his carves is really a fun thing. He pulls the e-brake, if you will. He's able to put all the power into the approach to the carve and then sits back on his back heel and arcs it really quickly around. And I feel like it's a unique look for someone his size.
And then this inside section, you can see so much water starts to rush up the face pretty much from here on out.
Yeah, and so this is the turn we're talking about. He does his best to get out in front of it, but it just looked like too much water moving against his board, and he came off.
So Joao, that wave's going to come through. It's going to stay relatively lower as well than what we've seen of that big opening number from Calivar. Score comes in, it's a 4-5. You'd say majority of that from that really nice hard carve out the back. So right now, the goofy footer, he's going to be holding down the best wave of the heat so far. Similar storyline in that last heat. Italo Ferreira locking in a 7.5, taken down at Crosby Colapinto. He's with Mitch on the glass.
Yeah, thanks, Jess. Here with the current ratings leader, Italo Ferreira. Congratulations. You dropped in on a wave out there, pretty much bodyboarding initially. Your timing was perfect on that one, though. But just talk about the difference between the sky and the ocean right now. It's pretty hard to differentiate which are the key waves. Congrats.
Yeah, thank you. The 7.5 was so fun. I had the bodyboard skills on that. And then it's pretty hard to take off on a wave when it's like that, you know, because it's kind of almost same color, and then it's pretty hard to read the wave. But I remember that I take off and I was on the bottom turn trying to stand up, and I look, I was like, okay, there's a good session, and I hit. And then after that, I was kind of like a little bit fat, but I tried to do some turns, and then it's pretty hard right now because it's kind of like start to go in high the tide, and then the waves just moves a little bit to the outside, and then that is not like it's different when it's low tide. They run a little bit more. You have like a little bit more speed, so right now we take off and stay like on a white water and try to hit the wave. But I'm so glad to make that one. It's pretty high, you know, because I not have been surfing in the last couple of days, you know, and then I take off on the first wave. I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna try to do something first, but it's okay. It's part of the game, and I'm injured right now, and I try to play the game with a little bit like safety, you know, because we have a long journey to the end. But I'm so glad to make that one, yeah.
Speaking of the game, it's not easy to ask for help, especially after a few events. You went to Leandro personally, asked him to coach you, having him as your caddy, as your coach right here. How has that relationship been so far, a few events into the year?
Leandro, he's a great human, you know. His energy is so good. And then every morning when we came here, he always like with the good vibe, and we talk about like the waves, about the surfers, how we can do on a heat, you know, like be like selective, try to do the good turn on a good part. And then, but yeah, has been amazing. Has him by my side, and yeah, we have a long journey into the end, but yeah, has been super fun.
One thing about this location, it's obviously developed a lot more over the last couple of years. Brazilians travel a lot. There's a big fan base here for you when you came in on the rocks. How was it like having that reception, especially with the quality of waves that we have right now?
Oh yeah, I love this energy. There's Brazilian everywhere, so this is good for us. They are always supporting us, and then this giving me a extra energy, you know, to make good waves and rip outside, yeah.
¿Umas palabras en portugués para Brasil?
First, I'm gonna say to Timmy, thank you, Timmy, for everything that you doing for me. You know, all the boards with the Brazilian guys, Tico and Teco. Timmy, he's a great human, you know, and I hope that I can see you, my friend. I love you. Thanks for everything. And then, yeah, eu quero agradecer a toda a galera que está no Brasil também. Obrigado pela torcida. Tem sido desafiador, né, ultimamente, mas tenho mantido positivo em todos os momentos. É difícil você olhar todo mundo surfando e não poder surfar. E aí, beleza, você só vai na hora da bateria e aí tua cabeça tem que estar muito concentrada no que você tem que fazer. E graças a Deus as coisas estão acontecendo. É um desafio a mais para que lá no futuro eu possa contar essa história e que seja incrível. Então, obrigado a todos pela torcida, a minha família, a minha sogra que está ajudando também com meu filhinho, meu pai, minha mãe, todas as crianças do Instituto. Um beijo para vocês, sei que vocês estão assistindo aí. Tamo junto, valeu.
Obrigado, parabéns. Jess?
Thank you, Mitch. Italo, he's given us so much this year. I just feel like he really just has put his heart on his sleeve and his heart on the line, and every single post interview I felt honoured to have one with him just a couple of days ago, and he was so emotional in it, and he spoke in Portuguese through that, but you kind of get the gist, and I just feel like he's really showing his vulnerable side this year, and I feel like that's actually working for his competitive strategy too.
And how contagious is that energy? Like just watching him speak about that heat, he was bubbling with energy, and I hope he bottles it for the next round, because my goodness, is it fun to watch him when he's at his top level.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Now, let's take a look at the live rankings, because a lot is going down. Only 4 men in the top 10 left competing. So those are the ones that are highlighted in white. All the ones that are shaded out, they are out of competition. Now you can see a couple of big moves. Kanoa Igarashi moving into the top 10. He's jumped up 3 spots, but take a look at Leo Fioravanti into the quarterfinals and in the top 5.
Yeah, he's breaking his way into not only Brazilian territory, but as the sole regular foot to be looking at crushing over the top of those Goliath Brazilian goofy foots.
My goodness, and with a chance to do it as well. He's only about 2,000 less than that shy of Miggy Pupo and Yago Dora right now. So this is very interesting times here. I'd love to see who else is going to jump up into it. Let's think about a couple dark horses that are still in the draw and actually already got spots in the quarterfinals. I'm talking Marco Mignot. He is moving on through and has a chance to have a really big jump up in the rankings so far.
I love Marco so much, and he literally said it in his interview that he is that guy. He's the buzzer beater dude, and
he is.
Yes, he is. And when you become that, and he actually knows that, that is so scary to compete against. You put him on the ropes, and he almost is smiling back at you. He loves it. He wants the challenge. He's embracing it.
If you had to say, yeah, I'm that guy, what would yours be about? Obviously, his is buzzer beaters, but what would Tanner's be? Yeah, I'm that guy.
I would love to be a world champ. How about you?
I'm that guy. I'm probably the girl that doesn't stop talking about, I'm that girl. It's so cool just to see, obviously, Marco. We spoke about with Sammy. He's coming into his own this season. Potential for quarterfinals to be on this afternoon. We'd love to see him take on these conditions because, yes, they are kind of tricky to find each wave, but once you've found them, it just looks so fun. Now, I actually just need to correct something earlier. So Zhao has actually made an equipment change in comparison to his last heat. So he's riding a 511.5 Remix Pro, which is a modified rocker of the CI Pro. So he's actually had some of his highest heat totals careers on this board right now. So
that's
changing it up a little bit, maybe because of the increase in swell that we've got going.
Well, what I was going to say is that when Britt really started working with athletes on tour, Joao was one of his first ever athletes, and the trust and the relationship they have between each other is amazing. I remember being around Joao when he was picking up fresh pro boards, CI Pro, right when it came out, and was asking Britt, okay, well, which one do you think is better? I'll ride either one of these. I know they're going to be magic. So going back and forth on the development of those different models is so important, and Joao is able to test it, and I love that. The Remix is a great hull on a board, and it is true that actually is linked to the CI Pro. So very, very cool.
I think it was you that I was discussing this with, but we were talking about the importance of having a free surfer on your team as well, because if you look to CI, they've got Mikey February, and everyone seems to be on the Mikey February model this year. I've seen that pop out so many times. Breeze has gone as far to say she can't get off them, and then when you look to a brand say, let's say DHD. Mick Fanning essentially is one of the best free surfers to now have on your team, because obviously he's a multiple world champion, but he's so invested in surfboards. And then you look to JS, they've also have someone like Parko who has done the work with competitive boards, but can still keep on growing that just platform of refining these equipments. But CI and what they've got going with Mikey February and another big on list of free surfers, it seems to be really paying off for the competitive side of their team as well.
Yeah, and actually, we were in the booth together. It was Parker Coffin, who I was mentioning, put all the work in with Britt to create the CI Pro, and that became a big horse in the game for the World Tour surfers. So competitively, what you're dealing with is limited timelines to get these guys new equipment, to try new things, because you're either warming up for a heat, you're surfing a heat, or you're moving to the next event to warm up for that event. So the gaps in time don't always translate to, hey, I want to try a board. Like, very rarely do you come across a competitor on tour, mid-tour, that's really changing their equipment night and day. So that's where you rely on guys who aren't necessarily adhered to the same system, and you put that kind of feedback into under their feet, and then you can apply it. So you know it's a great curve, you know it's a great design. Hey boys, trust us, we don't have to go and tweak this anymore.
I love it. And also thinking of Mikey Feb, he's just such a fun surfer to watch as well.
Boy.
So it makes sense. Like, we go to so many right-hand point breaks, so it's like, yeah, I actually do want to surf like Mikey on this wave.
Well, specifically, we saw Yolanda Hopkins grab one, look great on it. Brisa Hennessy looked phenomenal on one. So it's really great to see the fresh energy in the tour, and you know, to the point where we're applying it in performance surfing. But another area is when it gets, you know, heavy water, when there's barrels, places like Pipeline, places like Tahiti and Fiji. That's another place that these board builders can utilize their entire team to research different curves and designs, so that the tour surfers, when they're competing through places like El Salvador and Brazil, and then they move into the South Pacific leg, they can feel that comfort of knowing that they are certified at the highest level.
It's just so exciting where surfboard is going at the moment, surfboard shaping and design. Obviously right now we've got really clean conditions, and I want to start talking about what we're going to be looking for the rest of the window. We've been chopping and changing, kind of picking our perfect windows. Right now we have really nice south-southwest swell left over that's giving us these really fun, clean conditions. However, we do have a tropical storm, Christina, just hanging offshore right now. So potential to just kind of pick and choose our windows over the next couple days, Tanner.
And that's how it's been this entire event, to be honest. It's definitely been touch and go, but there's been no shortage of wave size. As we see here today, 8 to 12 foot, going to 6 to 10 foot. It was funny, Jesse, because when we looked at the forecast in the very first day, I don't believe there was a single day in the forecast that dropped under 6 feet.
I know, I agree. And I feel like when we look to the next 4 days as well, tomorrow is when we start to hit that tropical storm hits land, and we've got pretty much a full day of rain as far as tomorrow goes. But then we look to the last 3 days of the window. When you see purple, things are on. We saw that the entire event over at Snapper, but we're seeing purple 6 to 8 foot phases offshore on the weekend. So it feels like we've obviously seen already so far in this event, if it gets really windy, the officials want to put the surfers in the best possible conditions. And considering all of these really fun matchups that we have going down in the men and women's side, Leo said it perfectly in his post-heat interview. If you lose a heat, you want to go down swinging in the best conditions. So I love the fact that we still have so much opportunity and options on our hand for the rest of the window.
That was really well said by Leo too. It gave an insight to, you know, the athletes who have a group thread going, and their feedback is applied to the call every single day. So they want to be surfing when it's of worth, because each and every one of these rounds means so much. The points are on the line, and it only ratchets down from here on in.
Now, let's also think to the conditions that we have today. Obviously, this afternoon, that wind's supposed to pick up, but as far as it goes, it's actually staying pretty low lining. And considering what we were expecting, we keep kind of getting these showers roll through. And what I've been told by some of the locals is when these little rain squalls come through, it actually works in our favor because it keeps the wind lower for another extended amount of time.
Yeah, and even last night, throughout the entire night here at Punta Roca, it rained. It
poured.
It absolutely poured. Thank you. And you know, when you wake up in the morning and it's still, and you're in South America after a big storm system moves through, that kind of energy is it's funny because Italo nailed it when you're looking at the surf, the color of the water versus the color of the water behind it and the horizon, it all becomes monochromatic. It can be hard to see.
It's all merging into one. However, Zhao looks like he's found a really fun pocket, pushes hard on this fun looking wave right now for Zhao Chianca. Again, gorgeous looking swoop. His rail carves looking so timely and just smooth so far this event. You can see this one, it's starting to taper a little bit through this inside, so he's just going to pace himself. He needs to better a 4 here, so may as well take this one majority of the way through. A couple more carves here for Zhao. Stands up, bowls up into it. Those fins, unfortunately, disengaging on that end section there, and this is one of those moments where we spoke about it earlier, Tanner. Some of those end sections can start to bend away from you, and that's what happened on that last wave.
And I suppose he might have gotten a little excitable into that last turn. He looked like he ripped it back, where he might have opted to just progress through the foam and get to the flats, because he had done the lion's share of the work. The way he did the 1-2 punches of these first combos, so sets it up, gets the speed, draws off the bottom. This is phenomenal. That is high-grade surfing there, and he kind of does it again here. Soft carve to come down, garner the speed, come up, and maximize into a beautiful carve. He looks really switched on. He looks like he's timing it correctly, and he looks relaxed, but it's funny, I think sometimes with Joao, there's so much excitement in his body language. You almost wish at the end of these rides, he would just be able to just be okay with a great ride instead of wanting to perform even more into that back part of that wave.
I'm really intrigued into your kind of take on that end section. Obviously, this was the best part of that wave. Really pushed hard, that tail completely pivoting so perfectly in that pocket there. But as far as the wall, when it starts to taper away from you, on those, some of those sections are gnarly and they push right back at you, and you see Lobby and you're thinking, oh my God, he's just done his knee. But he, luckily enough, he didn't. But on those ones where they bend away from you, what do you think is the best tactic to go into it? Because you see a lot of surfers actually come unstuck on that end section, and that's in the free surfs as well.
Yeah, and I think they might all have a slightly different personality, but when you deal with, you know, let's call that a left coming at you, because it does seem like it bubbles off of some kind of a rock and it creates the closeout. So you want to, when you're dealing with convergent water, that's power coming across your board. You want to meet it with some kind of power so that you can then push yourself through it and get to the flats again. And Joao a little bit different because he was dealing with some foam. And I think if you're going to come with a foam section that's coming at you and you hit it in the top part of the foam, like let's call that like almost where the foam meets the lip of the wave, there's not as much power to draw your board through it. So being very careful that you don't snap your board back over as he did, a little bit tight. The arc was a little short there. So basically the wave just didn't have enough power to carry him to the bottom, which he would have been able to pull.
I'm pretty intrigued about just how Callie's going to answer back here, because Zhao just bettered his situation. Best wave score of his heat so far, it's a 5.33, and oh my goodness, we have a big heat coming up next as well. Gabe Medina getting ready. We will be right back. you want to surf Punta Roca like Tana Gadauskas? Well, guess what? You can. Download True Surf today. I know I do. So this wave is so fun. Tana absolutely rips. So what are you waiting for? And guess what? He's in the booth calling this heat with alongside myself, Jesse Starling. Got 13 minutes left, and Zhao is yet up and riding for another time. Gets the completion on this one. He hasn't had that on his last few waves there. He's stoked about it. Cowley Vast, on the other hand, hasn't had a wave for 25 minutes. So this is starting to be quite the interesting storyline between these two surfers.
Yeah, it's almost like the tale of two completely different heats right here, clashing against each other. Joao with a bit more of a workman's approach to ride into rhythm. As we see this wave, great opening carve, real extension in that pocket. As it gets foamy, he does really well to stay on his board out of that maneuver. And again, wow, tricky wave here. Joao, he's ready to plow through things though, for sure, and just keep moving forward down the line. I don't know, you know, this wave might run into the middle. I don't know if it will be one of his scores that he'll keep.
I liked that drift of the tail on that carve there, and you can see he's looking really alive. Like, he just seems to be really fast twitch, lively down the end. He liked it, so
yes,
he felt like there was enough on that wave to get him past that 4.5. Did you like it as much as the 5.33?
So I should correct myself. That was a really great ride, and I think that's the kind of ride that can create rhythm when you have a completed ride. You know, and yes, he did great. He had a lot of spice in some of those carves. If you go back and look at it again, the first turn was amazing. He got 2 big turns through the foam and then was able to get back to the green face and allow himself that open face carve and finished it strong. So it's all there. You know, he's probably looking to build on his program and delete, get over the 4.5, even if it comes in just a little higher. It just keeps that pressure moving onto Ka'uli, who ultimately does not need much at all. He's been sitting for so long with the highest wave of this heat.
In theory, though, obviously I feel like this wave will probably go into Zhao's top 2. It felt like that was a real natural footers wave. That was a little bit smaller, had some sections where Zhao had to race through. It wasn't that typical goofy footer wave that you're looking for. Like I mentioned, it's been 25 minutes since we've seen, or over that now, Cowley take off on a wave, but at this point, he hasn't really missed out on much, considering that Zhao has only found himself 2 4s and 2 5s now. That last wave of 5.23 under priority. Cowley knows what he's looking for, so he hasn't really missed out on too much when you think about it. But it gets to a point where you're like, oh, I'm a little bit nervous.
Totally, but that would be so affirming for Ka'uli to hear that score and know, okay, look, I'm actually doing the right thing by sitting. I'm waiting for a different kind of wave. I want to close this heat down, like we talked about earlier. He has an extended amount of time with these heats being 45 minutes. He started with a 7.3. Very bizarre. Like, if you think now he's waited so long to ride his second wave, and to keep that body language up, to keep that space where when he stands up, he's going to be ready to go and feel loose on his surfboard.
I feel like we haven't seen this much patience and probably, I want to say, confidence as well from a rookie in a really long time. Yep. I feel like Cowley, to be able to sit for so long and back his decision, like, no, the wave I want hasn't come through yet, where potentially what we've seen from previous rookies this season, last season, every season, is that they get to this point like, I need another wave. But I feel like we haven't seen a rookie be so confident in this sit and wait strategy for a really long time.
Well, what happens is if you have a 7.3 and your competitor is around a 10 total, yes, okay, I need a 3.2, but if I'm able to even get just a 4-point ride for Ka'uli, that's going to allow Joao to need quite a score. He's going to need to get over the top of his 5s. He has a pair of a 5, so it's like a weird one. You don't want to get hasty and get a small score, but you do, because that would only make it exponentially harder on Joao. So you're balancing how quickly should I get onto another wave versus just waiting it out.
So Cowley right now only looking for a 3.23, relatively tiny score in comparison to that 7.33 he's had. 9 minutes to go. I'm really also intrigued in your approach on this as well, because Cowley's been sitting for quite a while. The water here is 30 degrees. Do you think that maybe just keeping that momentum of surfing, your feet grippy, your wax sticky is important in heats right now. You'd hate to take a wave here and not give yourself enough time just in case something happens.
You know, it's a good question. I feel like the narrative of a heat kind of unfolds to you as you're surfing it. So Ka'uli, he got his high score, and if Joao had been in rhythm with getting 6s and 7s, I actually think it would have applied more pressure to Ka'uli to surf. So I think he's been waiting by virtue that he knows he really doesn't need much when he stands up. So that luxury then goes, hey, I could get a 3-point ride, you know, at 3 minutes. I could get it at 2 minutes. I don't necessarily have to wait for a 7 or above to apply that pressure.
It's a really interesting one. I was just, for me personally, like, I was never a sit and wait person. It just would feed into my head, and I'd be sitting there going, oh my gosh, you've just lost this heat. Just before, still 10 minutes on the clock. So for Cali, I feel like you really do have to be that certain type of competitor who is so confident in themselves and that execution. Obviously, a big one that comes to mind is Ethan Ewing.
Yes.
He is that type of surfer who just backs his decision making, and he's not, which is so funny to me because it's quite contradictory in free surfs, because Ethan catches a lot of waves in free surfs, but in heats he really does get particular. So it's kind of cool to see yet another surfer taking on that approach, because really that's kind of a dying competitive strategy, I would say, in the tour that we have in the present right now.
Yeah, and maybe that's even, it speaks to the level of surfing that we're dealing with on tour right now, where guys can manufacture scores out of small waves. So, you know, you look at some of the greats like Italo, always very well known for taking a score that had the potential of a 4 and turning it into an 8.5. So that then switches your thought process of needing to wait for the very best waves of the heat, where you can ride and close the heat down much quicker and only make it exponentially harder on your competitor faster.
So it's been 31 minutes since we've seen Cowley take a wave. Almost a whole heat of what we saw in those early rounds. They were 35-minute heats. We do have 45-minute heats on our hands today, so a lot of time on the clock. Pretty interesting story for Cowley. Obviously, the number on his jersey is 24 at the moment, and I was talking to him, I was like, why 24? And he said that was the year of the Olympics, and that was the year a lot of my life changed. And not only is the 24 dedicated to my best result, but a big moment for France and Tahiti getting a big win in the Olympics. So beautiful storyline between Cowley's 24, Zhao here, looking a better 5-2-3 to keep applying more pressure here on Cowley, but just goes down on that section there. You can see just a little bit of side wobble starting to come through these waves right now.
Yeah, and I like this for Joao. I think he's trying to stay in motion to see if he can find a section, right? We saw him in some of the warm-up days before all of these events throwing a variety of maneuvers, stuff like that, where it has so much X factor. So Joao can be a one-punch fighter if he needs to be. And even though these waves have petered out or he's fallen, he's still trying, and he has pair of 5. So look, he's on his way to keeping the pressure to Ka'uli Vast.
Taking a look at that next tee, it's a pretty big one. That's arguably maybe the biggest of the round at the moment. Gabe Medina taking on Jack Robbo. Are you kidding me? That is a ginormous heat. Two surfers who have multiple championship tour wins. Jack obviously still looking for his first world title. Gabe with multiple. But this feels like a big moment for Jack to try and get a really big result here in El Salvador.
Yeah, I mean, for both of these surfers, I'm sure they're looking at that leaderboard and thinking, okay, spots are opening up. This is my time to make a big movement. Gabriel has been looking so phenomenal on his equipment as he makes his approach to the water.
Gabe, currently world number 2. We obviously have Italo in that yellow jersey. He's still fighting for it. And Gabe, he's just looking so happy and so free. And I was trying to get something slightly competitive out of him in a post interview, just with how calm and easy going. Like, yeah, do you want that yellow jersey? He's like, I'm just really happy. I'm just loving surfing. I was like, I am scared for everyone for you. Like, this is like, he's so sharp this year. Zhao, he's still swinging here. Like I mentioned earlier, trying to better a 5-2-3. Lovely first 2 turns. Then starts to open up that wingspan, pushes hard. Not once, but twice through this section here. He's been wanting to take this one all the way through, just to keep building, even if it's ever so slightly. Great looking turn. He's got more down the line here for Zhao. Chianca comes into a good looking finish with the completion. There's that momentum filtering on through from that 5-2-3. So again, just Zhao, he's going to keep on swinging, keep on fighting, and I love the determination we're seeing from him right now.
And the gears clicked. We were wanting that wave so badly. That was electrifying. A couple of these carves in the mix with his body mechanics looked phenomenal. So much twang through the back part of those carves. Honestly, watch the way he approaches these. It's his inside arm that he arcs around, that he opens up at the very end of the carve, and it creates a very cool body mechanic. It's extension in the back part. This is the turn I'm talking about right here. And right at the end, opens it up. You see his hand fly to the sky, and it allows his tail to release. And it's a really good maneuver to have in your quiver. But Joao, again, he's electric. You know, he's a showman, and you can tell his body language is lighting up into the back part of this wave here. Great ride.
Is this a wave that we should have seen Cali Vast on?
It's a great question, and you'd think yes would be the answer, but Joao has been looking at all these waves that might have looked similar. So Ka'uli might have thought, okay, look, dude, like that's another 5. You know, I don't know what that's going to give you. But Joao, by the merit of his surfing, has definitely turned that up into a potential great score.
I'm thinking maybe he's best of the heat so far.
I would love to see it go there.
I really loved that wave in its entirety. I felt like it had that really nice X factor from start to finish. He carried his speed all the way through, only really had one mishap, which was the slight bog through one of his cars because that wave did start to bend back. But there was drama. He had a free fall where I felt like maybe his fins aren't going to re-engage right now. It looked like he had too much on his toe edge rail, but Zhao, I just feel like looking really confident here. So Cali Vast has priority, 2 minutes to go here, needs right now a bigger score than what he was originally requiring. Looks like those scores starting to filter on through for Zhao Chianca. It is going to be his best so far. The number just locking in now. Here it is. It's a 5.43. So yes, it's another 5-point ride. Cowley now needing a 3.43. We are finally going to see a paddle from the French Tahitian surfer. Bottom turn, big looking first section. Doesn't really connect with it. He's going to have more through this second one. Let's remember, it's a small score, but there's a lot of pressure on this guy's shoulders here to convert. Into a big looking end section, connects with a ride out. This goes to the sky. He loves it. Needs a 3.43. I'm not going to lie. I was holding on the edge of my seat there. I was thinking, no, this is not the wave, but that end section, super convincing for the score.
Oh, what a great job of having the correct timing to read that wave. Italo mentioned it in his post-heat interview. Some of those set waves break a little bit further off the cobblestones, and it's not as bowling as you'd like to see. So coming off the bottom, you have to readjust what you're going to do in the lip, and Ka'uli did that really well on his first 2 maneuvers and allowed himself to set up, relax, and come off the bottom to place his third turn, which we've talked about this entire event. That's the money move, getting out of that final maneuver and consolidating on a score.
So well just to not freak out in this, and especially for a rookie. Like, he's not your average rookie, obviously, but that end section, it was everything. You didn't make that. That's not a 3.43.
No, and this is a masterclass, like you said, of staying confident in your game plan and executing. It's all on that turn, in my opinion. And he comes down with the speed and gets out before that converging water gets onto his board, and he almost bobbles off, but you could tell he was stoked.
I was stressing. My heart rate is elevated. Seriously, I feel like in moments like that, be like, this is it. It is all or nothing right now. So it really does depend where this score is going to lock in at, and if Zhao's going to have the opportunity to get another wave here. So we've got 2 seconds on the clock. The score, the clock, is going to wind down. So it really does come down to this last wave from Cali Vast. If he gets the score, talk about making a heat as simple as possible. 2 waves.
Yeah, and two, think about feeling pressure in the middle part of the heat when Joao was getting his scores going, and then ratchet that down to having about a minute left, and it's pass-fail. It's very rare that things come down to a pass-fail wave in a heat that's 45 minutes long in the final minutes of a heat.
And it kind of did go to that exact storyline where we saw Zhao build. He caught fire. He started to build even more. It's just a shame that those waves weren't just offering that little bit more maybe at the start, but he surfed an incredible heat. Yes. So Zhao, he did everything he possibly could have in that one. Scores are starting to lock in there, and it's in. It was a 5.43 for Cali Vast. just so clutch under pressure. He's going to go into the quarterfinals for his second time this season, so equally matching his best result already so far. The last time we saw him in this position was on the Gold Coast. So right now, proving that right-hand point breaks are a happy hunting ground for Cali Vast.
I know, and we're all seeing it real time. He's so competitively savvy as well. Like, what a great heat to stay strong in your game plan and execute and stay on the board and just confidently move forward into the quarters.
This is exciting because obviously we know that he's good on his front side barrel riding, and we go into that back half of the season. You think Fiji, obviously Chopu, you expect him to do really well there, Pipeline as well. So you're thinking he's pretty much not guaranteed, but you assume he's going to do well in that back half of the season. So Cali making some really good points made up already so far. So Cali Vast honestly kept me on the edge of my seat, but made it through. The biggest heat of the round is coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
The 2026 Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf, and by Yeti, built for the wild. Buenos dias and congratulations to Cali Vast, who just got past Joao Chianca for a matchup in the quarterfinals now. What a way to surf a 45-minute heat, just knowing, hey, that just gives me more time to wait for two good waves. And that's all he did, and got the wind moving on. As we now dive into a giant heat in the round. Gabriel Medina already swinging hard in the pocket. Beautiful backside turns. Snowboarding back into the whitewater, and we'll just continue to tee off. The three-time world champ, starting off with a bang over his longtime rival, the Australian Jack Robinson. This is one of the big clashes that really popped out to us in the round three, knowing that these guys have had huge battles, you know, going to maybe the biggest one that they ever had at Chopes, a final in Tahiti that would decide who would go to the final five. And also there's Olympic implications on the line for Medina. Jack got that one. I'm sure Medina still remembers that like it was yesterday.
Totally, and with the quality of waves that we have right now, everybody's just going to want to go toe-to-toe out there, Joe. But talk about a matchup with there's a lot of history with good waves in their past, too. And we got another great heat right here for heat number 7.
Joe Turpel, Mitchell Salazar, Strider Raspberry, Wazalewski here for the call. Waz, Medina versus Robinson. This is one of the biggest clashes that we get to see on the top 34 these days.
Oh, it is going to be so fun to see Jack's answer, because Gabriel went completely through the roof on those first couple of turns. That was just like, he was just setting the precedent of what's to come in this heat.
Jack Robinson looking for his first quarterfinal of the season. As we know, Medina started off so efficient through Bells and Margaret River. Ended up with a third at Winky Pop and then a final to George Pitar. And then he just ran head into Felipe Toledo in back-to-back events. The Gold Coast heat, one of the best we've had this season. And then they got to go left over at Raglan, and Felipe still was able to get the job done. Went 2 in a row over Gabe. But with Gabe's just strong start, he's still at the top end of the rankings.
Yeah, no, and he's looked incredible this year too. The free surfs over there at Raglan, super strong, physically as fit as he could possibly be at the moment, Joe. And outside of that too, with a different set of motivation, right? We haven't seen him in a little while, and as Strider was mentioning right here, I mean, the work on the outside, just an incredible hook right there into the lip, Strider. Big fan of this bottom turn straight into the lip right there.
That was ridiculous. I mean, to follow up that first turn with something just even more vicious. I mean, he went completely 12 o'clock straight up and then torqued the lip and completely busted the tail out of the back. Jack would have saw fins, nothing but fangs out the back.
Big start there for Gabriel Medina, 6.67. And now Jack will be patient, holding down his priority. It's all about bringing out your best in these long waiting periods with downtime. You want to have really good people around you. Jack staying with Luke Egan, his coach, and also one of the best chiropractors in the game, Terry Romine, and they've got just a really efficient program to stay ready for game day. And Jack's also, you know, getting work done, making sure his body is physically prepared for whatever the ocean might bring as well.
Yeah, Terry's such a classic dude, great surfer too, but it's so funny that you get these, you know, these teams that travel together and know each other so well, especially within these regions, and having that, of course, communication right there is imperative to be able to have success at this level, especially over a calendar year, Joe. But 9 career wins for Jack Robinson, 2 best results right here. They've both been fifths back in 22 and 24.
Yeah, he lost to Medina once out here in El Salvador. So, yeah, Jack's still waiting to get into the semifinals, finals, trying to win this thing. We will have a new winner this year. You know, the short history of this CT event here at Punta Roca. Felipe Toledo, Griffin Colapinto upset early. Jordy Smith injured, couldn't defend his title, and John's on a sailboat somewhere. As we think about what can happen with 45 minutes on the clock in a heat, Strider.
Well, I feel like we just saw the most gangster move ever by Kyle Livas. Just one in the beginning, one at the end. 45 minutes. He probably sat for 40 minutes and just cruised through the middle of that heat, willing a wave to come to him. But 2 waves, that was all it took, and that's all he took. And I think that it just goes to show you that patience and confidence can pay off.
Yeah, it does bring up some things, Mitch. It allows you to recover from mistakes with more time on the clock, or like Cowley, show how efficient you can be. Priority management might become more nuanced just because of multiple chances for momentum shifts throughout the matchup as well.
Yeah, I think the only reason he waited so long was because he knew at that point he had the best wave of the heat. I think from a defensive standpoint, though, it's so difficult to guard that leading position the entire time, especially, you know, we saw that with Leo first thing in the morning right here, where you're playing defense for pretty much half an hour out there the rest of the heat, and people make a comeback. You need to be able to move inside a bit more, protect the outside, and right now that could potentially be the case if Gabe gets another 6. How do you play the rest of this heat with still 36 minutes on the clock, Joe?
Yeah, good point. You know, it's all about the chess match, starting early, strong with that 6-6-7. Now he knows Jack has the pick of the next set that comes through. But Jack well prepared, well fed as well this week. They've got a local chef that's feeding Terry, Luke, and Jack all week. And his name is Pedro Castillo. He's from El Tunco. He has a local business called Casa Hostel McCoy. He said everything from pupusas, pizzas, steaks. Every night, Jack is just so happy that he's part of their support crew. Their chef, he actually studied in Switzerland. He also makes some fresh bread every single day. Strider, we saw this with John when he won his last world title, where he's going, I'm going to use every resource in the book to prepare. So he had chiropractors traveling with him, chefs, an entourage, best friends, managers. This is a great question for you, Strider. If you're going on tour, you know, money's not an issue. Who are the people that are coming with you so you could just focus on accomplishing all of your goals?
My kids, my family, they'd be with me. It'd be pretty much just like having a good time, keeping the mindset going. I love to cook, so I'll be making the food for everybody and myself. And then, you know, I would have a trainer come along. I think I'd definitely have, you know, Dr. G and his team, Terry Romine and his. I mean, I'd have everybody.
Yeah, we watch this setup here for Gabriel Medina just up and out.
I'm a little disappointed that he didn't say yes, though. Like, you know, it
I think he meant that was like a loose way of saying family.
Oh, okay, okay.
But it's true, and I think with Jack, sometimes there's crossovers. You want friends there too, and you know, your coach can transition to your best friend and kind of take the coaching hat off, and Terry as well, when they could just hang and have a laugh and enjoy this ride together.
Need to be able to stay loose. I mean, 10 days of a waiting period is a long time, especially being here a few days before and after as well. And it's not like you're surfing the entire time too, Joe. There's a lot of time where it's just down days and you need to be able to relax and kick back, and those people are supportive and obviously a big part of the success too.
So just a 7-1-7, that's with a low score of a 0.5. Gabriel out front, Jack holding down priority. Winner of the last heat only caught 2 waves, and he was able to get into the quarterfinals. Caldi Vost is with Chris Cote.
Thank you, Joe. In the wise words of the late great MC Rob Bass, it takes 2 to make a thing go right. You got to stick one at the beginning of that heat, and then you just dropped anchor and waited. What was going through your mind for 40+ minutes?
Yeah, I know, it was kind of heavy. Even for me, I was thinking about it, but I was pretty confident, I swear. This moment, I was really calm. There is waves, so I was just hoping to have a good exchange, but at one point I decided to wait, and then I could have gone on a couple waves, but I felt like I should have waited, and then it ended up all the whole heat I've been waiting, and then the last 1 minute, the last minute, the big set came, and yeah, I was pretty confident not to fall on that one. I was thinking not falling, but I was thinking also like finally a big wave and I can surf. So yeah, just turn and finish it, and yeah, I made it. So 2 waves.
You're understanding how radical those turns were. So by sitting there for that long, it's obviously, how do you develop this trust in yourself and trust in the ocean?
I just try to talk to myself. Just has to be patient. Look at him ripping these waves and still got some 5. I was like, oh, maybe I should go because it could be a 5 for me too. So I don't know. It was just I don't know. Try to stay calm. Try to think about the whole heat situation because I had time to think about it. And yeah, no, and just trust. I was hoping to see another wave, not just a little bit bigger like the wave he got, so I could do my backup. But at one point I was like, I don't feel it's necessary. But I saw with coach, and coach was like, maybe you should create more opportunity and surf. So yeah, we'll think about it next one.
Well, you've got nerves of steel, my friend. Second quarterfinal of the year coming up. Do you know who you're going against?
Italo, no? Yes, Popozão.
I love it. You felt the energy shift. Good luck. Good job.
Thank you, Chris. A bit of excitement on Kali's face when he realized he has world number 1 in the quarterfinals, Italo Ferreira, who got past Crosby Colapinto this morning. We continue to question, how's the knee gonna look after getting all those stitches in his knee before the event started? And Italo just keeps answering that question with pure adrenaline, and his still ability to take over heats, no matter what it looks like, has been sometimes scrappy and sometimes just efficient, especially a big first turn he laid down on a set this morning.
Yeah, and he says he hasn't been surfing a whole lot outside of competition, so it's really been a good amount of downtime. Just taking care of that knee, of course, especially, you know, with the big heats that you could potentially have on finals day, maybe 2 or 3. And the answer back right here from Jack Robinson. Not a bad way to start the heat, Joe.
Yeah, nice arc to start, and then the things opened up, even got a little vision, Strider.
Yeah, you know, he always finds a barrel. Somehow this guy will find a way to get tubed. But then, you know, clean rails, comes into the inside, finishes strong. I think, you know, that Jack really, really loves these conditions. And he likes the challenge that's at hand. So he looked a little bit, I don't want to say sleepy, but pretty chill on this wave, right? Like just beautiful, big, round arc right there. And then he attacked the corner pretty well. I feel like it was a little less tempo than I was ready for out of him.
Yeah, he's always had a really calm style, hasn't he? Really like quiet upper body, and then will tweak back when he really needs to push hard. Nice solid stance over that surfboard.
Yeah, and you know, cautious I think is a good word too. Don't try to over push anything right at the beginning of the heat. Maybe match the 6 that Gabe already has right here. In the end, Joe, everybody wants to be a showman, right? But you need to be a competitor at times too. And with waves pumping out there, people want to drop 16 points every now and then. You just have to settle for 13 or 14.
You know, looking at the score, Joe, what do you think about that with, like, you know, what we were talking about? You know, you're saying cautious. I'm saying his pace was a little slower than I was ready for. Do you feel like that plays into the score in the end, I feel like, because you can kind of see that there's not this deliberate attack. I feel like the pace was slower and he's got more to give.
Yeah, it's cool when you see comparisons come through with 2 different styles, and judges are basically looking at whose was better. You know, first wave, they're starting to set their scale. And look at how did Jack do? Is it better than Gabriel's? And the overall opinion was just under, still in the 6th category. So he is right in the mix. His positioning and his placement of turns have always got him big wins, you know, including over Medina in G-Land, you know, where it looked like Gabe would be favored on his front side. But his positioning of his turns, you know, and with the amount of speed he carries, he doesn't have to be overselling with body language, but they're real precise decisions.
100%, and just looking back at Gabe's first wave, I mean, the degree of difficulty of those first 2 maneuvers and the way he draws out this carve right here. This is a really short wave in the context of not only the event, but today's standards too, Joe, and kicks out right here, but the damage had been done really with the first 2 maneuvers on the outside, a lot more risk on that one.
And now we can make our comparison. This one coming just under was.
Yeah, I feel like the difference for me when I really look at it is the attack and the intent were a little less from Jack, and I feel like Gabriel met the lip line a lot harder. He went way more vertical up into the section, and I feel like, you know, that would be the difference between the 2 waves. Even though there was more maneuvers on Jack's wave, I think his intent was a little less, and his vertical attack was.
Now live action from Gabriel Medina. Throws some water off the rail with that start. Now stretches out the bottom turn. A really beautiful connection off the lip. Arcs it into the pocket. A champ in waves like Jay Bay knows how to read awkward sections. Watch this thing grow, and he will just put everything into a giant finish. And it takes him down. But some great strikes and a decent number will be coming his way.
That don't happen too often either, does it, gentlemen, where he falls like that right at the end. But it was a really tricky section. But the 3-time world champion, he's evolved every single time he's won the world championship too, Joe. But as you said, he has such superb timing on the backhand. I really like the pace and the tempo on this wave too. Knows when to go a bit more aggressive and vertical, and really like this approach on the outside strider.
It was a bomb too, way overhead. That turn right there was more of a setup for this one, where he just goes directly into the power zone, pushes and throws massive water out the back. That was kind of more of a setup turn, but then this one was awkward but nice. I kind of liked the way he met that lump and rode out of it. Unfortunate right here, though. I came up a little late to the party and came unstuck, which we don't see much out of Gabriel, but, you know, that's going to be a good second number for him. It's going to put some pressure on his opponent for sure.
What a great, exciting start from Gabriel Medina. His board looks perfect. We know he's been really trying to search for the magic boards this year, jumping on different shapers in the lead up, and this board just looks like it's an extension of his body.
Yeah, and Johnny Cabianca has always been one of the overlooked guys in the industry, right? He started working with Pukas a long time ago, and then, you know, went solo and Gabe's been with him for a good amount of time, as you've speculated too. I mean, he's been working with a couple of different shapers during the off season, but he's stuck to pretty much the bread and butter of his surfing right here with Johnny, and I think they look superb. I think they're a special match for this wave right here. He's had good results before, but looking for a W for the first time at this location.
His boards really stand out in the Red Bull Athlete Zone as far as looking a bit different than what his peers ride on tour, Strider.
Yeah, he rides a board that's got more, they definitely have more foam in them. The rails are fuller. You know, the bottom's very traditional, single to double, and you can kind of, you know, the thumb tail or round tail, whatever you want to call it. So, like, he's really stock in a sense, but he surfs so explosive and he's so sure-footed. Maybe I think the whole equation is just confidence, right? He's been riding those boards, he understands them, and he as a person has the confidence to go out there. And he's stated in his interviews, this is what he lives for. You know, this is what he surfs for. He loves winning, and that's what he's out there doing.
And what's kind of interesting with the world champs, you know, you go to Kelly being so into board design his whole life and career, whether someone was building him boards or if he was designing in computers, staying up late thinking about fins, it was always a part of his dominance. Mick Fanning, you know, in DHD, you almost can't say each other's name without the other, with that deep involved relationship. When you ask Cabianca about Gabe and his feedback on equipment, he's like, it's really not there. You know, he just trusts whatever Johnny's making for him is going to be what he needs to perform on. It doesn't give really much feedback or intel, basically, if he likes it or not, and it's as simple as that. Jack Robinson up and out.
That was a priority mistake right there from Jack.
And now with last of Medina and at a 5.67, Gabe will have that total 12.34 out front and priority with Jack just kicking out of that wave.
Yeah, well, luckily for Robinson right here, still a lot of time, 25 minutes. You're only needing a mid to low 6 at the moment, so there's still a lot of time to work with, a lot of room to work with at the moment. The difficult thing now with priority is that Gabe's an animal when it comes to being in the right position at the right time. So got to be on a wave that at least matches a 6.67 right now, Joe. But, you know, touching on Jack Robinson, he's also done an amazing amount of work with Jason Stevenson this year and his boards as well. So you see the evolution of a lot of these guys, especially when they grow from children that have qualified from, you know, the QS of the Championship Tour to now really big dudes. I mean, these guys are in their late 20s, early 30s now.
There's a lot of newness. Is that a word? Newness around Jack in this season starting. It almost truly feels like a chapter change. Going through the big surgery in the off season, that's going to be like feeling like a new leg as you're rehabbing it before the season opener. Jumping in a new corner with JS Industries, so then you're trying all the models as well, and you're trying to get back in the water at the same time than you were with Leandro Dora. Now you're going, hey, Luke Egan, let's give this a shot. Those are some big shifts.
It's a lot
all coming into this season.
It's a lot of changes for a professional athlete, and you know, he's sitting number 15 on the rankings, and you know, looking at that, you know, coming into this event, and it's just like, it's not where you would expect Jack Robinson to be. So this is an interesting note. It's got to be a little bit of a mental game for him, because he has always been that kind of Zen guy, locked in, you know, kind of finding his place on the beach, having a little meditation before his time to get in the water, and then, you know, having to go out there. Now he's up against, you know, Gabriel Medina, one of the most vicious competitors ever. You know, there's got to be something in the head creeping in there, talking, you know, thinking or wondering, what am I doing wrong? What is it that I need to do? How do I get there?
Yeah, it's interesting when on the other side of that, when there's new names kind of taking places in the top 5, they're beating guys like Jack. You think both Pupo brothers have had wins over Jack this year that have set themselves up for keeper results moving forward.
Yeah, and I think the main thing about Jack is that he needs to be in a situation where he's pushed so hard that he needs to be clutch, right? We've seen that before when he qualified at Sunset Beach for the CT back in 2019. His first event win when he needed pretty much to make the final over there in Mex. And of course, I think that final situation between him and Gabe over in Tahiti to see who got the final spot to qualify for the WSL Finals, he relishes in those moments. Same could be said for the guy in red, the 3-time world champ, Joe.
Callie Voss won the last heat. He won Olympic gold. Jack Robinson won Olympic silver. Gabriel Medina won the bronze last year, or a couple years ago now, in giant conditions at Teahupo. There was a photo that went viral from the Olympics. It wasn't like a big stand-up tube shot. It was a kick out with the point to the sky from Gabriel. And I don't know if maybe that's the most seen image in like a surf event that's ever happened. Gabriel immediately reposted it, and it's kind of pinned on his social media. 12 million plus followers can still pull that up to remember that significant moment in time was.
Yeah, it's, you know, it's interesting that that becomes the iconic moment, but it's almost like the Jordan, you know, air where he's just, you know, in the air flying with the ball, and you can just see and you go, wow, that's cool. You can feel it. You can understand that that's the sport. But for us, you know, as surfers, we would think you would see what you said, like the big barrel standing there. And here's Gabriel just flying through the air with the board tailing him, and he's just feeling that vibe. But I feel like there was a translation between the two, the Jordan and the Medina silhouette of it all.
Impressive to see what this guy's accomplished throughout his career. 3-time world champ, the most decorated surfer currently on the championship tour. Already one of the all-time greats. Jack still looking for his first world title, but he's been a part of several Final Fives. That lowers also Fiji last year. And Jack looks like he might commit. He will, under priority. Looking for a 6.35 up and out.
So one thing that Italo said earlier today was that he's having issues differentiating a lot of these waves because the sky color and, you know, the watercolor being the way it is right now is not vastly different, Joe. So really difficult to identify a lot of these waves that are really quality, whether it's the ones that run down the line or the ones that just fade out all the way at the top.
That's right. Well, Gabriel Medina's trying to go 2 in a row over Jack this season. Gabe already beat Jack on Jack's home court at Margaret River. Let's see what happens in the back half of round 3, heat number 7. We'll be right back. Flashing back to one of the most insane finals we've had in the sport. Jack and Gabriel meeting at the end of the road, and whoever wins this final moves on to compete for a world title in the Final 5.
Yeah, I remember watching this live at home, and it was so phenomenal. Gabe started off so strong. Jack came back and eventually got the W. It wasn't easy, though, and conditions were not easy to find either out there, Joe, but a big comeback for Rabo, eventually qualified for the finals.
It was so big. There's also a lot on the line for Medina. If he would have won the final, he also would have taken the Olympic spot through the CT. We know he made it anyways, but he had to do some extra events the following season. Jack, with his relationship with the ocean, especially at spiritual places that have mana, like Chopes, he always taps in.
I think that it just lives in the tube. He understands where he needs to be and how to ride it and how to find it. It's just a really amazing thing to watch. Jack, when there's a hollow section, you know, just back up because he's gonna you know, pull through.
You also saw a shot of Bemmy there, a guy that's always in Jack Robinson's corner, Matty Bemrose. As we look at their head-to-head matchups, Gabriel made it 4-3 with the win at Margaret River earlier this year, so it's been pretty fair over the years.
Oh yeah, and really good numbers too. You see max heat score 17.16 to 15.66. That one for Jack in the final over there in Tahiti, but you see the average heat scores at least a couple of 5s for Jack every time. Pretty much a 7 and a 6 every time Gabe pedals out, Joe.
That's right. Jack trying to even things up here today in heat 7 of round 3, and also looking for his first quarterfinal on kind of a comeback here, working his knee back into 100%, working with a new coach, new surfboards, And, you know, kind of the same story for Gabe as well, with having a year off from competition last year due to the injury. But he's had moments where he has taken time off. You know, when these guys met in the final or semifinal at G-Land, you know, Medina was the defending champ, but he was absent that first half of the year. So Gabriel's been smart about those little breaks of competition. Last year was not intentional, but it just built his fire to be more prepared for this season, Strider.
Yeah, you know what? Gabriel is headspace too. When you see him walking around, the comfort he has, the looseness. You know, there was like this laser beam thing that was going on when he was, you know, back like years ago. But now he just looks like he wants to say hi, which feels really good when you get that much of a superior athlete opening up enough to say, hey, what's happening? Good to see you. Missed you. Like that feeling, that goes a long way, and it just continues to kind of evolve and emulate out around you, which is something that is totally new, I feel like, for Gabriel Medina.
Yeah, you're just waiting for the movie to come out. What a story, you know, from a guy growing up in Marseilles, born competitive. Him and his best friends would buy Oreo cookies and Coca-Colas. And they go, okay, whoever gets third gets one cookie. Whoever gets second gets a cookie and a Coke, and then the winner gets everything they want, whatever was left. But they just got to have like these matchups together. They got to score each other. That whole process turned into one of the greatest athletes we've seen, with that hunger to win, which I think Medina will tell you he surfs his best in a jersey, not vice versa, where some go, oh, surf trip, free surf, no pressure, that's where they surf their best. He thrives in pressure situations.
I think we talked about it in Inside Pro Surfing. Shannon Waller, Johnny DeChess said they make a great production behind the scenes. I said that Gabe Medina is one of the most important surfers of all time. He opened up the Brazilian market, which at the time had surfers that were competing on tour, but none of them were as successful as he was once he made his debut, Joe. Back into 2011, midseason cut, right? It's a back-end rotation, wins 2 events right there. One in San Francisco, one in Hossegor. The next year he goes on a roll too. But then you fast forward 2 years later, he's the first Brazilian shortboarding world champion. Like, that's a big deal considering the people that had already succeeded on the world tour. Neco Paras, Rodrigo Dornelis, everybody above, Fabio Gouveia. He was the one guy that was able to put it together within a year and be able to call himself a world champ at that time.
Well, and he had his fair share of critics, you know, when you're making that kind of noise. I mean, think of being 17. You get called up on the mid-season rotation we had at the time. His first event is lowers. He lost to Kersey, got an equal 13th. Second event in his rookie season, wins. Beats everybody in France, then has another 13th. And fourth event, he wins in San Francisco over Joel Parkins, and that's when Kelly celebrated his 11th world title in Ocean Beach. Already, he's got a big name going for himself because he's beating everybody in a short period of time. Then we're like, okay, let's wait to see what he does at Pipe. Then all of a sudden he's like, yeah, no worries.
You're about to find out.
Oh, yeah.
His rookie debut, quarterfinals at Pipe, and he's packing barrels, and it's not the story of he put the time in. He's in a different class.
He's just naturally talented, and like you said, rising to the occasion with the jersey on his back. I also feel like there was a really great moment, you know, from Brazil when he won the world title. They had lost out in the World Cup, and the entire country was deflated, full flat tire. And then here comes Gabriel Medina, wins a world title. The flag goes flying back up, and the pride is reinstilled in an entire nation. Gabriel Medina brought them back to their feet.
And at that point, it became a surfing nation, right? Like,
exactly.
It was, you know, air quotes, a surfing nation before, but that really turned everybody into surf fan afterwards. Everybody knew who Medina was on the streets at that point.
And then, you know, pass the torch to everyone else in the Storm that's won. But even the following year, when Gabriel was defending world champ, Felipe wins in Brazil at Barra da Tijuca, and all their major media outlets was covering Felipe and the crowds. And remember when Felipe was getting shared through the crowd, his surfboard was getting thrown through the crowd like a toothpick. There was just a sea of people, you know. I
think that's the most people I've seen at a surf event.
Hands down.
That was incredible.
Yeah, things had just really changed overnight, you know, with our friend Chris wearing the Knicks hat lately. You're thinking about the NBA a lot since they're in the finals. I mean, if If Gabriel Medina was an NBA player, Mitch, who would represent him the best?
Well, he'd probably be more in the LeBron James conversation. LeBron's, you know, getting up there in age, though. I feel like Nikola Jokic is a really good comparison. I know he's a center, but he can do everything, and the guy wins, and he brought the first championship to the Denver Nuggets. I just feel like he's such a complete surfer, and it's so unexpected, too. Like, you see that guy's a size, and you see him play a little lunky, but he scores. He's so effective, and this guy is the same exact way as the average heat score for 26 so far, Joe.
Yeah, what a year it's been. Felipe has just been so solid this year. So many great moments, even changing things up with equipment, which was so refreshing in some of the smaller waves we had at Manu Bay. Felipe out of the event already, but setting the pace with combined heat total 16.04 is the best of the year so far. Medina right there in second, 14.72 average, top 2 in every heat he's had so far this year.
Jack's got to get going here, Joe. 10 minutes, needs the mid to low 6, and been pretty quiet the last few minutes out there.
Yeah, for Jack and Gabriel Medina, we know these guys are always meant to be in the title race. You even see where Medina sits now on the schedule. He's got some unbelievable events to look forward to, just like Jack with Cloudbreak, Tahiti, obviously the Pipe Masters coming up. A lot of points there, but for Jack, he needs to get started because we have throwaway results on tour this year. But since Jack hasn't made a quarter yet, he's going to have to keep, you know, some ninths, you know, moving forward. And with this cumulative system, you don't want to have any low results, you know, affecting your world title race heading into the final stop of the season. And it's kind of like his throwaways have already happened.
Correct.
And so now he's kind of like, all right, everything needs to be a keeper from here on out.
What I will say with the new format, especially, you know, the top 8 having that primary seating over there at the Pipe Masters, even if Jack's number 7 or 8, that guy's still so dangerous out there. He can just go on a roll, on a run the last day, win the 3 heats, and then potentially become world champion with the 15,000 points on the line. But no, I agree with you, Joe. I mean, you got to start pretty soon, and regardless of the matchups you have, you still got to take them with consideration, pretty much thinking that every heat now is a final.
Quick look there. Jack doesn't catch up to it. Medina still holds priority and the lead, looking to go 2 in a row over Jack this year. Let's look at the waves that have been important in this matchup. Still the opening wave for Gabriel Medina, the best score of the heat so far.
Yeah, I mean, it was obvious the way he, I mean, that was just such a poetry in motion. Christmas trees off the top of that wave, massive amount of spray, meaning he hit the button perfectly on that, and then kicked out of it. You know, he didn't milk that thing. He didn't, like, make it look like he was struggling, which I think was a great call, kicking out.
Jack's opening ride, his best so far as well. Under the 6.67 that Gabe got, he got a 6.0 here.
Yeah, and a different way to get there. A couple cool maneuvers on the outside stalls for the barrel right here. Nice little vision at the point, and of course we talk about him just getting on the board, cleans it up on the inside. So, you know, we talk about the major maneuvers on the outside. The inside is still going to be counting quite well, though, especially if you link those ones all the way from the top of the point. And Gabe's been on a couple short waves, though, Strider, but at the moment still in first.
Well, yeah, I mean, if this wave was beautiful, that, you know, him getting to that really critical section on time, and the only, you know, if he would have finished this wave, he would have been sitting on a huge point total, because this little bit of a hiccup right here was the only reason why this wave didn't get up into the 7s. And unfortunate for him not to ride out of that, but feeling pretty comfortable out there with what he's got.
You can see those highlighted scores. Those are the keepers. You have no wave max, meaning you can catch as many waves as you like. And with 45 minutes, if you're a surfer that likes to really warm up in a heat, you have that opportunity. Or if you're like Cowley Vost and you can stay staunch and look for 2 waves, that could be a nice recipe as well. This was Jack Robinson on his last, just a quick one here, Mitch.
Yeah, under priority. So the quick carve off of the top went big right there. I like that approach right now. I think you just want to find the lead, Joe, and be able to apply some pressure to Gabe, who's been waiting for a long time, too. The one thing I will say about Jack Robinson in these moments right here, he does tend to move up and down the point quite a bit, and there's multiple takeoff spots right now, Joe. So it's not necessarily like there's a particular spot that you're necessarily catching the best wave from, and there's different ways to get to that 635 that he needs. Potentially going to the combos. We did see him drop a big air the other day, a straight front
frontside air. So 6.5, that's an eternity right now for Robbo.
Yeah, he has that really nice spontaneity when he does see an air section. He'll remind you he can do it even like tail low, frontside grab. He can kind of like bring it back a little 90s flair, you know, and remind everyone why he's compared to Bruce Irons all the time stylistically. But he'll do a giant alley-oop. He featured a few of those in Mexico to his first win at Bar de la Cruz. But it's not every heat. He'll read the wave to what it's worth, and I think it's based on positioning why he gets barreled so much. He's just always in the pocket. Might as well pull in when you see it get hollow.
Yeah, but honestly, on that wave that he pulled in, I think that went against him a little bit because he wasn't deep enough to make it a score. And if he would have somehow found the top of the wave on that section and done something crazy, he would have gotten a higher score, I feel like. But he's so, he can't help himself, right? He sees that tube, he wants it. I think that, you know, as this thing winds down, coming around the 5-minute mark, I think, you know, we're going to see Gabriel better his low score, and it's going to put Jack in a position to need an almost excellent score. I feel like that's what's going to kind of play out here at the end here.
Right there, Medina just right in Jack's space with priority, watching him look at this wave. Gabe's over it, and so is Jack. Now officially hitting the 5-minute warning. Gabriel has beaten Jack for 40 minutes. But that extra 5 could be telling here. Gabe moving closer to Jack to make sure he keeps him off the best waves. Medina does commit. Glassy, well overhead wall. Putting some spray into the sky in that first section. Focusing on just kind of a down carve sweep, just weaving into the pocket again. It's staying pretty flat on the face, so he's got to try to search for maybe a big end section. Remember how wild this finish can be? Well, he's heading for it. All setup work to get there. Now driving down off the bottom. Throws down a nice clean backhand snap. Going a long way for that one.
And I think it's a smart move just to be able to keep Jack off of it. Eventually, if he would have gotten the 6.35, takes the lead, then you're outside winning. It's been a slow heat when it comes to consistency at good wave shows. So I think just smarter to convert right there, improve on the 5, 6, 7 if you can right here. And it was lackluster through that middle part, as you said, but it wasn't his fault. The wave just went fully flat for a while.
Yeah, and it's just how good can you look when the wave's not helping you too much, you know, and kind of just do those nice S-ing type of carves where it still becomes a part of the overall ride. If you can do that dance through the full part well and find a finish like Gabe did, judges will respect that.
The first turn was, you know, bananas. It was in a really critical section. The rest of the wave looked like he was just trying to finish it. It was clean surfing, but it wasn't crazy dynamic. There wasn't anything that really kind of blew me away. And even the finish turn just looked like he wanted to get out in front of it. He went up early enough to get, you know, the completion for the closeout section. So I'm going to be really interested to see where this score goes, because everything on that wave except for the first turn was, you know, kind of mediocre surfing. It wasn't the crazy Gabriel Medina attack that we're used to.
And really just based on the wave, really, what it allowed him to do. It made him kind of settle for those pace turns. You can't force big backside tail blows when the wave's full and there's no lip line. So he did what he could with that last opportunity. Now in the back of the Red Bull ski, Jack has priority, and he's hoping that he'll get a chance here at Punta Roca to break free and get his first quarterfinal of the season. Baron Mamiya, Al Cleland Jr. coming up next to finish round 3.
Oh, that's going to be fun.
Oh, yeah.
Two guys on their front side attack here at Punta Roca. One will have Latin America on his side, and Baron Mamiya will have everyone back home in Hawaii, and everyone who loves his style is quite a lot of surf fans around the world these days. Good matchup to look forward to coming up in 2 minutes. Last score coming through for Gabriel Medina. He matches his best. A pair of 6.67s out front. I see the score lock in, and notice a couple of 7s from upstairs as well.
Yeah, a couple people had it as the best wave of the heat by a good margin right there, and you can see it goes down to a 6.2. I think a mid-6 is appropriate scoring right there. I think, you know, the big difference, of course, the quality of that first maneuver, but the section itself, pretty nasty, Joe. It was huge on the outside, but then the rest of the wave really lackluster. So you compare it to his initial wave, if you like the combo a little bit more, if you just like the single maneuver moment on this one right here. But minute 20 to go, not out of the realm of possibility, only needing a 7.34 at the moment for Jack.
Pressure on Jack. How many times has he pulled the magic, though, on the final wave of the heat, sometimes final seconds? He even did it to Medina at G-Land. He did it to Felipe in the final at G-Land. It's, you know, 1 second is a lot of time if you're Jack.
He like counts on that second.
Yeah, yeah.
Utilizes it.
It's wild. And you know, when you point it out, you realize how many times he's done it. And he in his mind, he's not out of it.
And that's usually when you get the post-heat interview with Jack, and he's just breathing.
Yeah.
And just so serious, not even flinching, because he can stay locked in for weeks at a time if he has to.
He's a large brother too. Every now and then he stands next to you and you're like, okay, chill out. Don't you know, don't pat me too hard. But
pro surfers are big these days.
They're large, yeah.
22 seconds. Gabe's going to shadow him even without priority.
Might be one wave, but seems like it's going to break too far inside, Joe.
15 seconds. Medina about to make it 5-3 in one-on-one heats over Jack Robinson. And this time the clock's going to run out on Jack. Gabriel Medina will move on to another quarterfinal appearance this year. And, you know, Felipe's got him in round 3 back-to-back events, so he's back to the final series, just how he started off the season at Bells and Margaret River. Pair of 6.67's enough to get the job done, and Jack will start preparing for Saquarema in Brazil. So now that top picture on the rankings is looking interesting. Italo world #1, he did advance through. Gabe's chasing him.
It's going to be fun. I feel like Gabriel is just opening up a little bit right now. He's starting to feel the breeze in his hair, and he's on second gear, and he's about to downshift and just really take the corner. He's one of those guys that he feeds on these kind of like situations, and the results for him are everything. And this was a huge win for him.
Gabriel getting a victory lap coming in, preparing for a quarterfinal as we will prepare for Baron Mamiya taking on Al Cleveland Jr. coming up in the last heat of round 3 to see who will be competing with Gabe in the quarterfinals. We'll be right back. The 2026 Surf City El Salvador Pro presented by Corona Cero is brought to you by Surf City El Salvador, home of the right surf. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Gabriel Medina with his stepdad Charlie there by his side. We've seen Charlie jump in the ocean with his clothes on many times in celebration for big moments in Gabriel's career. He's always just so passionate and kind of the mastermind on some of the most clutch decisions in history. Remember that moment where Charlie had figured out that Gabriel would beat Caio even with an interference, and he called the play from the beach in Pipeline. It was just like Bill Belichick using the rules to his advantage to find a way to win. So impressive. Rules changed since then based on that heat. As we move on to round 3, heat number 8, Oahu's Baron Mamiya taking on Mexico's Al Cleland Jr. Two great guys going head-to-head here, Strider. What do you see in the mix, and does anyone have an advantage here?
You know, honestly, I feel like Baron is that guy who has the X factor above the lip. I haven't seen a lot of that today, so we'll see if he utilizes it. But if anybody, you know, has a little bit of an advantage, it might be just that. Otherwise, these guys are both power surfers. They're, you know, really fun to watch. I feel like he's definitely on a different level right now. He's got some confidence. He's been keeping it clean. He's like super focused on the task at hand. He knows he's sitting in the back seat, and he wants to get out of there. He wants to show the world that, you know, he's right there with all the rest of the competitors, and I feel like we're going to see him attack big time on the lip.
Yeah, they're really fun seeing the evolution of Baron's open face carve. He's got sharp rails.
Oh yeah.
When it comes to digging in and tracking it, and it's kind of a different type of angle that Al tends to use. Both really beautiful, the way they turn in the open face. Yeah, there seems to be this real sharp rail that Mamiya is really leaning into.
Both of them truly products of their environments, right, Joe? Baron out of the North Shore of Oahu, Ellen from Pascuales in Mexico, and of course, we talk about the free surfs. These guys have been two of the standouts so far this week. I agree with you. I think Al maybe has the advantage just slightly when it comes to the power. I think the velocity and the speed probably advantage Baron. Both of these guys, though, not only do they charge, they're not afraid to go for those big sections, whether it's the opening section, Joe, or the closeout section that we've seen take a few people out so far this week. So it's going to be a fun one, and with 45 minutes, they have a plenitude of time to choose from when it comes to their top 2 waves.
The last round, some good surfers from San Clemente flew down to Pascuales. It was pumping, and they watched Al's heat from there, a little restaurant called Teresita de Pascuales, and they had the contest on, but right next to where you order food, there's a giant mural of Al's face. There's a couple of murals of Al Cleland Jr. in his hometown. Remy Todd sent me the photo. She was charging, solid goofy foot from San Clemente, but they were just stoked to feel how much they love Al Cleland, you know, at home, representing them around the world at Pascuales.
Yeah, I was talking to Al's dad about, you know, just the environment there, what it's like, and the feeling, and it was so cool to kind of drop into his headspace and get that, like, vibe of what Al is for them in that town, and the reality of, like, he's their surf star. You know what I mean? And it's so bitchin' to feel that and know that, and like go down there. I have never been to Pascuales, and I really I gotta get down there and check it out. I want to see it and feel the vibe and be there with Al when he's in town. That would just be so cool.
What are the vibes like in Pascuales? How would you describe it, Mitch?
Tranquilo, so chill. But you know, to Strider's point, it's not just there. You'd be surprised how many texts and messages I get from people all over the country saying, hey, like, say hi to Chiquilin for me, tell him good luck. And the environment that they have right there in Pascuales is really calm. You go to Puerto, you know, there's a lot more people that come there, but, you know, people from the north, people from the south, people from inland even support this guy now. And it's just so cool to see a country get back and behind somebody that, you know, is as charismatic as he is, Joe. He's made a big impact on the surfing development over there.
Can you explain his nickname a little bit?
Chiquilin?
Yeah.
So Chiquilin in Spanish, especially in Mex, is somebody that we just call like a small kid, like a little guy, and it just, you know, was his nickname from childhood until right now. So every time somebody sees him that grew up with him, you just call him Chiquilin, and we usually do a little bit of slang in front of it too. Animo, which is like the Mexican version of valeo. You can have like several different meanings with it. It's like, I'd see you later, or just like, come on. Animo itself is like, hey, heads up, you know, do your thing out there. And it's so cool to see that, you know, translated in competition as well, Joe.
Oh, such good energy out of Al Cleland Jr. and representing all of Latin America alongside, you know, of course, Mexico as well. That's always his heart and his home. And when he won the U.S. Open, it was the biggest win for Mexico, you know, and it was over Marco Mignot, who, you know, grew up in Sayulita. It was a really special moment for Mexican surfers. Al leading the charge on tour, and he's made such a big impact. Isn't it wild that this is just his second year on tour? It feels like he's been around for at least 5-6 years already. Nice jam there off the lip for Baron Mamiya. This is where things slow down. It'll show the judges he's still engaged. Well-timed wrap as that lip really showed up. Board again looks solid. Every rail decision is sharp. Muddy little section there, and he'll chuck the reverse through it to show a lot of variety. What a great act from Baron Mamiya. Still looks like he's got intent to maybe whip a little 1-foot hack here, and he does. Grinding out that heat, straight to focus on calling the water patrol.
Wow, that was
impressive.
One heck of an opening ride. I mean, if you're gonna throw the kitchen sink at the judges, he just did. I mean, every turn in the book, airs, straight up. That first turn in that critical section was what they've been scoring this entire morning, has been that turn. And then to give them the variation of all the different turns, Mitch, I mean, watch this first turn. Talk to me.
Yeah, pretty strong on the outside, and the variation of the layback, as you said, too. Big commitment. Right here, this is where it gets really dangerous just to keep riding the wave, because if you don't convert on the inside, Joe, it's pretty much, you know, worthless to be committing to this section. But for anybody that's ever done a hack on the whitewater like that, you're losing so much control of your fins, and it is very difficult to be able to maintain that control throughout the entirety of the turn. This air, super impressive as well with all that whitewater. So you said the variation was there. Then he committed to this inside section too. If you're already riding it all the way through to the midsection, why not go all the way inside, Joe? So gets the 2-for-1 in at the end. Really like the energy, but to me, the standout is the board. The ECT tech on the bottom, PU on top. Britt made a gem with this one.
Solid working relationship between Britt Merrick and Baron Mamiya. Saw this point too to punt. Did just about everything on this wave.
I mean, back in Hawaii, he either lives in the tube or in the air. You know, every wave has got the combination. So, you know, Baron's no stranger. It's all that technical surfing. We talked about it a little bit before the heat. You know, if there's a separation, I think it would be that he will go to the air, and he did. So we're just going to wait for that score to drop in and see where the scale gets set. But for me, that was the kitchen sink. He had everything in it, and it's got, I mean, it's close to excellent surfing.
Last heat, we saw the battle with Jack and Gabriel Medina. Gabe won, and he's with Chris Cote.
All right, Gabriel, nicely done in that heat. I know you have a long history going up against Jack Robinson. What were you thinking about going out into the waves? Because it looks, I'm sure, a lot different out there than it does from the beach.
Yeah, I was just trying to pick the right waves. Jack surfs really good this wave. We had some good hits already. Actually, I saw him in the quarters 2 years ago, I think. And yeah, he's a tough guy to draw against. And yeah, I'm just happy to make it. He was really slow out there. But yeah, happy with the win.
I feel like there's a big sense of gratitude for you coming back from the injury, back on the championship tour, surrounding yourself with friends and family. Who is the Gabriel Medina we're seeing here in 2026?
Yeah, it's been fun. I mean, I feel like I'm taking step by step, you know. As I always say, I want to surf and just enjoy my time out there. And yeah, hopefully I can get good results. It's been fun, you know. This time I brought my family. I've been traveling with my girlfriend, and yeah, it's been fun so far. Just enjoying life, you know, and trying to make the most of it. I do what I love, so just trying to enjoy it.
And your sister was ripping out there this morning. That was fun to watch. All right, back to business. How important is a good result here in El Salvador for a potential title run?
Yeah, every event counts, you know. I'm gonna try just to advance. Like, that's my goal. Make hits. And yeah, like title is gonna be a consequence. I'm more about my surfing. I'm happy with my surfing, so hopefully I can get more waves. You know, put good maneuvers. Yeah, hopefully we catch more waves next round.
We're all happy with your surfing. Good job out there. Can't wait to see more.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Chris Cote and Gabriel Medina. Just doing a great job as usual, putting heats together. Every event win is huge for the title race as it's back to cumulative points. Gabriel Medina's won in a couple of different formats over the years. Won in the Final 5 format in the shortened season in 2021, doing like backflip rotations at lower trestles. He's also taken over in 2014, winning at Pipe. The first title was interesting because he actually came in for an interview, left the water as heat was underway, did a bunch of world title interviews and said, you know what, pardon me guys, I'm gonna get back out for my heat. Time's still ticking away up the clock. I don't know if this is ever gonna happen again in our sport. Won that and kept on going in the contest and made the final.
So Barron, it seems like maybe we have equipment malfunction here. Joe might have broken his board at this point, or something happened on the second wave that he rode, the 267, because took the ski, or maybe he just wanted to make it back out without having to paddle. But an interesting situation. Let Al get all the way to the outside, pretty much just paddling himself. As look at Al's right here, his first wave out of this heat, Joe. So good carve right there, really big opening section at the beginning. Really difficult to read the second one. Tried to maintain the same level of speed. Really love this approach at the end, though. That is a massive section right there at the end, and now smashes it shut, so it's going to be a good score to start.
He's not shy, huh?
Nope. Well, you can't be either. Let's be real.
He was late to the party there and still was able to come down with the completion. That was insane. I love watching Al surf. He just has that X factor. His dad, yeah, he loves it.
Al Cleland Sr. Watching now the replay of Barron Mamiya, Mitch.
Yeah, so it doesn't seem like anything on the outside was really the catalyst for him to want to make that decision to paddle towards the ski. The first carve is really impressive. This wave gets real slow, this middle section, though, and then with a lot of white water right here, Finn's just completely disengaged, lost control of that last section. Nice attempt, though, trying to convert something out of nothing, Joe, so it's just going to be a small score, but Al's still not out there with priority, so this could be huge in the last 30 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, these have been really impactful moments throughout this event here at Punta Roca. The priority decision from the ski or the paddle back out. Priority judge watching a little designated takeoff zone out the back, and they'll make that decision early. So Al Cleland will get priority over Barron Mamiya, which is really solid for the Mexican. He's got a 6.0 start, and Al will be able to pick the right wave to chase down at least a 2 to get the lead off Barron Strider.
Yeah, this is that paddle was actually a long way.
Yeah.
And you can think about riding the ski. Was he going to beat him or not? And so I feel like there was a flip of the coin there. But Al digging in, getting back to the lineup first. So gave himself a great position, because if you're sitting on the high wave of the heat so far and you have priority, that's a position of commanding.
Looking at this priority with Al, and he's going to let Barron go. Mamiya setting up a nice little first turn to get down the line. Quick float. He's going to catch up to this section without a problem. Nice little tag off the lip line. Hammers it again out in front, putting a lot of power into that last turn. Fades it, now setting up an inside corner, and now a wedge that's growing a little bit in size up in front of him. Gets the snap, sinks on the finish. A lot of different moves to the sections on that wave. Smart move that Al made, letting Barron go on that wave, Mitch?
I think so, yeah. The judges have really rewarded the outside sections, the sets in particular, too. So just looking at the 6, and Barron's opening 5-3-3, he surfed that wave up a lot. So Al just decided to be on a bigger, better wave on the outside and let Barron go right here. Although Mamiya surfed this wave way up, too, Joe. Really well done by Backdoor.
So we're setting up some quarterfinals. Women's quarters are already set, so you start thinking about when finals day might happen. Schaller Perry from Surfline joins us now on the call. First of all, thanks so much, Schaller, for joining us and all the great forecasting you've done for this event. How's it been on your end so far?
Yeah, you know, it's from the South Pacific, it's been about as good of a run of storm activity as you could ask for leading into this event. Obviously, the things that have been happening in the lakes, especially with Christina near shore, kind of cleaners every day, just trying to get eyes out of it and figure out exactly what's going to happen and how things are going to unfold. But it's been great to see the WSL taking the opportunity and really getting some quality surfing in and setting up so you can run just a great final set.
Yeah, I was thinking about you, Schaller, last night because you're doing your forecasting and then you got this huge storm coming. We had thunder and lightning like you could not imagine overnight. And it was soaking wet. Everything was a mess. But you did call that it would be clean today. How did you see that so clearly?
You know, a lot of it comes down to just time in the driver's seat over the years. You know, I was watching the camera overnight and just, you could see up the lineup, there was so much lightning. The wind was kind of cranking, but it seemed like things were going to settle as Christina pushed a little bit closer to you guys. I mean, it's pretty crazy when you think about it. So Tropical Storm Christina is centered 65 miles to the south-southeast of you guys. That's roughly the distance from San Clemente to downtown LA. So you got a tropical storm right there, but the northern semicircle of the system is just kind of falling apart this morning and left things in just it's really the scenario for a run day this morning.
As we look towards the weekend, it shows some promising cleaner conditions. Are we still kind of at a wake up and let's see what's in front of us type setting for what's on offer for the next few days? Or are you kind of leaning towards finals potentially being the best on the weekend as we run through all the wave heights that we'll see this rest of the week?
Yeah, so we have today up, so we have that pumping swell that peaked earlier in the week, still trending down. Some solid waves coming through, but definitely getting more inconsistent. Swell's going to bottom out tomorrow. Also going to see lingering flow as Christina looks like a shore later tonight into tomorrow. So a lot of rain, kind of onshore flow tomorrow. A bit cleaner, but probably still jumbled on Friday morning. We're going to see smaller surf there, gradually picking up through the afternoon as the new south-southwest fills in. That tops out Saturday, holds into Sunday. Just looks like a lot more straightforward pattern for Punta Roca and El Salvador in general as we move Friday into the weekend. So variable to light offshore flow in the mornings, maybe get a little bit of chatter as things come around, but then coming out of either a south or a southwest direction for the wind in the afternoons, which is plenty manageable and at times can be really good if we can get just a little bit more wind in the afternoons.
I like that, Schaller. It seems like, is this true in most surf spots in Central America? You've always got to really study local storms along with those long-range forecasts as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the swell generally come from the southern hemisphere. I mean, occasionally you'll have tropical systems passing by, or you kind of chatter from the offshore flow from Nicaragua will impact the wave quality in El Salvador. But for local conditions, it's all about those local storms. You know, it's not like, say, the west coast of the United States where you have this like large area high pressure hanging out over you. You're kind of dealing with storm, especially rainy season. So if you get the thunder overnight, sometimes you'll wake up and it's going to be cranking out of the east for Punta Roca, and the wind will settle through the morning. Or fortunately, like last night, we had those thunderstorms and then things just really simmered after that, and it stayed really favorable for most of the morning.
Interesting, Schaller. When we've had now 4 previous events here. We're in our 5th in the running here at Punta Roca, and even a couple of late days we had where we see all this size doesn't always equate to running heats, what you're looking for on the championship tour level for performance. You know, if you had the right recipe for right swell angle, right periods, what does Punta Roca really thrive on?
Yeah, you know, I think something out of the south-southwest, 200 to 210 degrees, long period, 16 to 18 seconds, not much size, I don't think. I mean, obviously you can get some really just insane waves when it gets over double overhead. I mean, there's a couple of moments over the past few days where it's pushing 15, maybe 20-foot faces, and there's some 6 sections and some great waves, but a lot of those larger sets will kind of push off of the rock shelf and just get a little at times. When you're in that 6 to 8 to 10 foot range, it seems to really hug that bottom better, and just more of the waves are going to be really good, and you're not going to have it section out quite as much. So I think from a pure competitive point, yeah, something in that probably 6 to 8 range.
Awesome. Schaller, always love your time. Thanks for being in our company and hooking us up with a good forecast throughout the week.
Thanks for having me, boys.
All the best. Schaller Perry giving us the forecast here on the championship tour for many years now. Big part of the Surfline family. And if you've got Surfline Premium, you see his name all over a lot of the forecasts that you're studying, especially in Southern California where he lives.
So I kind of took from that maybe Saturday was finals day?
Yeah, it kind of looks like it. Things start getting more clean, straightforward as far as winds and the size and the swell. But we'll be down here every morning checking it out because there's definitely some surf to be looked at. Quarters are off for the day, so this will be the last heat of the day. And we'll have quarters for men and women locked up. And then it'll be just coming down to choosing the right day to run the finals.
Yeah, that's good. We have options now, and as Schaller was saying, you know, the best thing about here, 6 to 8 feet, you get clean conditions. Even when it's a bit inconsistent, Joe, it's still one of the best waves on the planet, you know. So these men and women go out there and compete for the 35, 40 minutes that they need at times, and, you know, in the end, we get the top 2 surfers out of the draw that are champions. And as you said, on the men's side, going to have a brand new champion, which is pretty exciting considering the names that we have in the draw still, including these 2 young grommets out there at the moment.
Yeah, new champ this year to create their legacy. You're remembered forever when you win a CT event. It doesn't matter where it is, when it is, you've beat the best surfers in the world. You prove that you are one, and you're remembered for the rest of the time. You're always going to be compared to when you won at a certain location. And for Al, he's looking for his first CT win. You know, Barron knows what that feeling's like, especially on his home court at Pipeline and Sunset Beach. Here comes Barron under Al's priority. And nothing major, and he just steps off. So Al's managing the lineup really well right now, Strider.
Yeah, and he's basically just waiting for those bigger sets that are going to give him some opportunity.
Rolling in now, Al Cleland Jr.
Wow.
Throws down a carve to start. Driving, getting some speed, and he Chica lean with a crushing finish. And he pulls his board out in front to show that he had total control of an aggressive hammer. Everyone here in El Salvador loving Al Cleland on land and just loving him even more in the water right now.
I don't think I saw anybody push that hard yet. That was insane.
Yeah.
I loved that closeout maneuver. That was just nothing but commitment and just flying the Mexican flag as high as he possibly could.
Pretty mean right here, Joe. Talk about combinations of major maneuvers. Only 2 right here. Draws off of the bottom so strong in the first one. And just impeccable timing right here at the end. Fully commits to that right there. And as you said, you know, make sure to fully ride out in front of the white water right there. That is a complete maneuver. But you talk about just having 2 sections available at your disposition. He makes the most out of both of them. And the commitment right here, you cannot explain this to a normal human being, how difficult it is to go from 0 to 100 right there at the end and just fully lay into it with the karate chop, Joe. Well done by Al Jr.
Wow, that was so fun to watch. And look at the boys, they're stoked. The whole Red Bull Athlete Zone just lighting up for Al Cleland because that was such beautiful work right there. And I feel like the combination of just a couple maneuvers, just keeping it nice and simple for the judges to digest into, you know, what could be the, you know, will be the highest score of this heat.
Giant combinación.
Simon.
That was huge for Al. And I only needed a 4.26. Impressed with a couple of things. The waves that he let go. Wasn't trying to rush or show any signs of emotion or erratic decision making. Even though he hasn't had the best season, he's surfing like he has been on a roll all year. Scores reflect that. 6.67 was the high mark for Gabe in the last heat. And now Al Cleland's got his version of that right now.
Yeah, and 12.67 heat total right now. This is big for him at this point. Barron needing that 7.34, but you know, I think you touch on an excellent point right there as we see the score line 6.67 goes as high as a couple of 7s right there, Joe. But Strider, he did a camp right here with Julian Lassa, who is just impeccable when it comes to coaching technique, but he's also a strategist, and Julian did that camp. Al was able to surround himself with a couple of great surfers, Havana Cabrero, Leilani McGonigal, among others, Keone, who's Julian's son, and now working with Snake, back to his old program. You have 2 great minds that are working with you over the course of a couple of weeks. Only good things can come from that right here, Joe. Piece of cake right now for Al Cleland with the pair of 6s that he has.
He's made such an impact, but focusing on Mexico specifically, some of the great surfers from Mexico that came before Al that would be really happy watching that combo unfold.
Our former colleague, Ale Carranza, is one of them. I think he's one of the most successful ever. Diego Cadena, Johnny Corso, Sebas Williams, who's actually taken a year off from the QS right now. I'm, of course, going to forget about a couple. Angelo Lozano, Cristian Corso. My good buddy, may he rest in peace, Oscar Moncada as well. And of course, we got another kid coming up right now, Lucas Cassidy, who's just incredibly talented coming out of that Cabo region. So there's more and more kids every day, and I know I'm missing out on a few. Don't hurt me, guys. Don't
Mitchell
send me any
Salazar.
texts.
Don't forget about Mitchell Salazar.
Mitchell Salazar.
You're proud of him, you know.
I am, and I just think the biggest thing about it is the impact that he's going to have down the line. You know, I think he realizes it, and I think that's why this event is so important to him, because of the proximity that it has to his home. You know, you speak the same language. It's only a couple of hours away from Mexico City. It's an easy flight, Joe. He feels at home right here.
He really does. He got on tour in such a fun way. It was also last-minute call-up. John taking the year off. Al was like, okay, I'm actually going to have a rookie start. He already went through the whole roller coaster of like, oh, I didn't qualify. And then it was like, nope, you're on. You'll actually get a rookie season. It was like the day before the WSL Awards where rookies get on stage and grab their jerseys. And he was the last one added to that mix overnight. And I just gave him the mic and said, why don't you say some words to the audience? And he took it, and just in the moment, he said he doesn't remember a thing, but he just brought the house down because it was all heart. That's what that guy gives. He just speaks from the heart all the time, and he's going to pick up a lot of fans doing that in his career.
That was 100% the highlight of the night for me when I saw that. It was, man, what a character.
15:52 to go here. He went on stage in New Zealand on the 8th and 12 live show. His dad was in the audience. And they really asked him, Von Blakey, Jed Smith, and the crew asked him some thoughtful questions just about growing up in Pasquales. And I've never seen him open up like this. But he's like, yeah, I look different than everybody in class. You know, I had blonde hair, I stood out, and I got made fun of. You know, and he just opened up about his childhood. But it didn't make him scared. It made him stronger. And he just kept showing up every day. And he's like, yeah, I'm Mexican, I'm here, I speak Spanish, this is my family, my heart. And he said it, you know, there were some hard days that really pushed him to be the man he is today. As we watch Baron Mamiya attacking a big section, responding to Al, he throws up a big closeouts hammer there, but gets bounced off on the landing. He was going for a giant two-turn combo, and Al's gonna keep his lead out in front.
Yeah, unfortunate right here because he did have to use priority on this one. I felt like if he pulls this last turn off, there's a good chance that he's probably getting, you know, if not his best score, very close to the 5.33. Great commitment on the outside stride. I like the way this board looks on the outside sections with the quality of the sections as well.
He really knifes through the water really well with that board. There wasn't a big bucket of spray out the back, but the board positioning and how critical it was has been there on each and every turn that he's done. So I don't know if you know what it is about the lack of spray, but the board positioning and what he's actually doing is very technical.
14 minutes to go in the last heat of the day to set up the quarterfinals for the men. Winner moves on to take on Gabriel Medina. So far, it's Al Cleveland Jr. We'll be right back. What a fun time of the year for pro surfing. US Open is coming up. Hope to see you all there, and live music is back. Scan the QR code on your screen and get your tickets now and watch some great music on the beach, the south side of the Huntington Pier, and watch your heroes compete for a prestigious US Open of Surfing title. Al Cleland, a US Open champ, solid win. Giant for Mexico as well, with Marco Mignot in that final. Small conditions. It was a huge party, fiesta on the beach and through the town of Huntington Beach, where the dust still settling. Al made it rain that night.
Did Barron become a pro junior champ at the US Open one year too? He did, right? Back when we used to have the juniors.
Here comes Al streaking down the line, deep behind this one. Sets himself up for a little wrapping carve on the open face. Holds the rail, has to stop that turn short as it's kind of filling up on him here. And now the wall opens up. He loves that little layback draw. And now punching out the finish, gets over the top of it to right away.
Does he look good or what?
He looks so inspired by this Latin crowd. And a lot of Pasquale shirts there.
The vibe is high for him right now. It's just so cool to see everybody revving up for him. And you can feel that and you can hear that. So, you know, that's going to give you some pep in your step. And the way that he's surfing, he's definitely acknowledged it. And you can see it. He feels just alive on his surfboard. And even though through that halfway point on that wave, he kind of had a little bit of a hiccup, he was still just driving down the line and feeling really good. So, you know, Al, beautiful arc right there. Gosh, he's so good at that turn. He's got a different angle on it. You know, right there, he had a little bit of a bubble, but then he just went back. He's like, okay, that's it. I'm going to come through strong on the inside, sets up this big hammer and just lays into it, extends the whole body through it, and then finishes, you know, pushing out, extending his legs in front of that wave so that he could ride out in front of it. So it's rock solid surfing. Senior on fire. Let's go.
Let's go, let's go. Al Cleland Sr. saying Junior, meanwhile, tearing it apart.
Mean right there on the inside. Love this combo. He was going really fast down the line too, and just aggressive towards the lip line at the end. This should be an improvement on the 6th show. And to your point, Strider, I think it's way worse if you don't embrace the crowd in your favor and you try to play it off as too cool. This is something that's actually facilitated things for him in the first 35 minutes of this heat.
One thing I'll tell you right now is Al Cleland has never played it too cool. He embraces emotion, his friends, his family, his fans. It's something he's, you know, everything is out in the open with him, which is something that's very rare but amazing about Al Cleland.
Got some good stories coming up into the quarterfinals with some big movers from the bottom part of the ranks. Big one popping out, Callum Robson in the quarterfinals with Kanoa Garashi, you know, ranked 27th, you know, kicking off this event. We're going to see some big movement for him on the rankings. Marco, 15th. He wants to get away from that 22 cutoff, so he's still on a roll. Cowley Voss, 24th, you know, really pushing up 5 spots already above that 24 mark to get in a great place in the Rookie of the Year race. And then also Al would fit that category too, of someone who just needed to get the year going. So a quarterfinal bracket that's setting up with some players that really need big results. There's still 10,000 points on the line for a win as well. We'll see where they take it.
Pivotal point of the year too, right, Joe? So he hadn't made it out of round 2 to junior, all 17ths. And correct me if I'm wrong, would it be first quarterfinals appearance at a CT event for Al, right?
Yeah, because even though he's had some big key heat wins, you look at last year, you know, beat Felipe but got a 9th. So he had a couple of 9ths out here. So his consistency helped him get past the cut last year. But yeah, to make a finals day, that'd be big for Al.
It would be huge. And, you know, another big point to consider, too, where he's doing it at, right? And not just him, Cal defeating Liam, beating Ethan as well. So there's a couple of big names right there that we're looking for major results. They're going to find one right here heading into finals day 2. And, you know, we've talked about the quality of the surf as well. We've seen so many 6s and 7s be in really high demand, Joe. This has been a very difficult event to be able to get something excellent because of the quality of the waves out there, right? We're at one of the best point breaks in the world. Judges are setting that standard in that sense.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look at the new format for this year. You know, we're seeing the impact that that's making on just elimination heats out of the gates. One-on-one format. There's no three-man heats. You don't get second chances. But there's 4 heats in round 1 on the men's side. And when you're part of that, you can almost feel like you're in a trial. So your seed's at the bottom. You know, that's where the wild cards begin. That's where the lowest qualifiers start off and try to build to avoid round 1. And Al Cleland actually had dropped into round 1 when we saw our first heat draw for this event. Then when Jordy Smith had to withdraw because of injury, that ended up bringing him back into round 2. So he would have seen that going, okay, I'm actually already in round 1, and as a competitor, that's the round you're trying to avoid all season.
Right, and you know, he's been helped out by a couple of vets in his career. John pulling out from the year, and you know, him getting the spot on tour, and of course Jordy right here in this event, he got the place into round 2 as well.
But you know, you think about it, he had to go up against Griffin Colapinto, and you know, an event winner. He had to win and count on himself mentally to win and get through these heats. I feel like he is doing a lot of work to get to the next level, and I'm super fun to watch and super proud to see like the steps he's taking to win.
Well, it's the only way you're going to do it, Joe. Same goes for Barron's career, right? He's won twice at home at Pipe. He won at Sunset. To be able to handle that pressure in front of your friends and family over there, it ain't easy, especially at the waves that he's won at. Those are dangerous waves, if not some of the most dangerous and the most dangerous on the planet over there at Pipeline. So both of these guys know how to get it done in those big spotlight moments.
2 popular surfers on tour, Al and Barron. You could put these guys in a slab and you'd be like, here we go, it's a heat to watch.
Give me 10 heats of this.
It could be on Barron's home court at Pipe. You go, oh, Al's gonna give this a nudge. It could be a big chopes. It could be here at Punta Roca. They have that like surfer type of mentality about it where they're gonna go for broke. If the section comes at them, they're gonna hit it hard. Might be late, might be raw and radical, but you know, for every kid around the world, these are the matchups you want to see.
Yeah, I think you know, that the wave that Al Cleland got at backdoor, where he was in that huge barrel
against Jack,
and there was a doggy door, and he decided to stay in it and went for the next section for all the glory and made it. That was just insane. That's the kind of surfing. That's the kind of person that you know Al Cleland is. And for everybody watching, like what you said, Joe, like these guys could do it anywhere.
Yeah.
And you never want to look away. But those kind of moments, they stand out in my head.
Something about a schedule change as well, you know, that we're all going through, the impact of now putting Pipe back to the finale. And, you know, there's a lot of managers in sport out there that try to really create a schedule for their team that's going to build them confidence, whether it's preseason, making sure they're getting wins and momentum at the right time, and they can be strategic about that. You know, for Barron, it kind of fell in his lap. All of a sudden, his best events were starting off the year. So he'd start off with the yellow jersey and then go from there, especially when we had those midseason cuts.
Yep.
It was like he was actually learning so much, and it was such an advantage that he was like, okay, an event that I don't have to worry about, then I can move on from there and try to keep my spot on tour.
Right, and I think to that point, he's been able to make big moves in other places too, right? I was really impressed with him last year in Portugal, a wave that has some resemblances, of course, to, you know, where he's at from the North Shore. But remember, qualification on the line for the midseason cut, does it at Margaret River too, a wave that is very difficult. He's been able to do it at Bells. He's gotten a good result here in the past too, Joe, quarterfinal finish as well, and, you know, has the airs, has the rail game. It's whether or not you can maintain that consistency, put it together within 4 or 5 heats during the same event. So these two guys, 2 of the most complete surfers on the planet, but truly, you know, it's very well said from both of you. If we get them out of the box at backdoor or Pipe, we'd want to watch that heat 10 times out of 10. You know, like, we're going out there, and these 2 guys would give us a spectacle every single time.
Barron started off with a quarterfinal at Bells, and then since was knocked out in round 2 until this event where he was able to get past the powerful backhand of Connor O'Leary, which is very intimidating on any right around the world. And now finds himself with a shot to maybe get to the quarters again this year. Barron needs a 7.47. And a way to think about that number is, well, the best is a 6.67 from Al. So it's got to be the best wave of the heat. by a pretty significant margin, Strider.
Yeah, well, I feel like he has thrown those mid-sized waves into the mix. He threw the kitchen sink at it. He was, I mean, tore into a couple, but I feel like the waves weren't maybe as big as what Al's been on. So maybe he needs to have a wave with a little more substance. And also that downtime on those other smaller waves kind of maybe took away from the score. So I feel like he just needs to get a wave that's going to give him the opportunity to go 2, maybe 3 big hangers with some size, and he can get that score.
It needs to be clear, though, Joe, to your point. It needs to be a pretty much at least a point better than Al's wave at the moment, the top score being the 6.67.
So we'll see what Barron's thinking right now. Looking over his shoulder, making sure his lineups are intact here at Punta Roca. The crowd on hand, just holding their breath for Al Cleland Jr. The fans on the beach are going, why wasn't this a 35-minute? He'd be over by now. They're not too stressed. They've still got 1:20 to go with the extra 10 minutes for the day. But they're calm, pacing a little bit as we approach the final minute.
Wow, Joe, you're right on the money. These last like 15 is just like crazy to add the time onto the clock. And
like surf movies aren't
rightfully
45 minutes
so
anymore, are they? They're not.
They're 10 minutes.
These guys, when you're on the Dream Tour, hey, you get 2 guys out pumping Punta Roca.
I want a 45-minute surf film back, though. Bring back Taylor Steele, Kai Neville, come on.
We've overlapped heats at the start of the year that were 46 minutes. These are standard ones. They're just going, okay, top 2. Callie's like, hey, more time to show how connected I am to the ocean and how good I am with wave selection.
Yeah, and B just needing a score right here with 30 seconds. Maybe 1 wave, Joe. He needs to go huge on it, though, if he's able to get to his feet.
20 seconds to go. Baron Mamiya, 2-time pipe champ, will let that one go through. Didn't show any commitment to it, so he's just dancing around, holding priority.
Wow.
That's it. This thing's over.
First time in the quarters for Al Cleland Jr.
And doing it in El Salvador. You're going to hear a huge eruption from his fans on the beach. The 2 shake hands. Barron will move on to Brazil, and the Mexican flags are going to keep waving here in El Salvador for all the fans that made the trip here to back Al Cleland. Al Sr. gets high fives from Coach Jake the Snake Patterson, and also Gabe Garcia, who's really good with his Espanol, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
As well. Al moves on to take on Gabriel Medina in quarterfinal number 4 and start to get himself moving the right direction on the rankings. His best result in the making of his career, and he's taken a moment in the lineup to really take this one in.
That's right. He's very deserving of it, especially with the way he's been surfing so far. 3rd time they've matched up, him and Gabe, so far this season. So going to be interesting with the spot with the semifinals on the line, Joe. Looking to go even further in this event, the Mexican Cleland.
Wow, a lot to talk about on a fun day to finish up round 3. Corona Cero post show is coming up next. We'll have Jesse Starling come in and host that and break down all the action, lead up into the big matchups in the quarterfinals, and maybe make some predictions on when we might see finals day. Here at Punta Roca, we have through the weekend to find the right day, and we've got some choices. See when we'll be crowning our champs. Thanks for watching this big combo with Al Cleland. Corona Cero post show coming up next.
Welcome in to the Corona Cero post show of what was a short but sweet and fun day of professional surfing here at Punta Roca in El Salvador. We love the Surf City El Salvador Pro, and so does this guy. Al Cleland hasn't made a heat all year, but guess what? Comes to El Salvador. He's into the quarterfinals for the first time of the season. The locals absolutely loving it. My name's Jessie Starling, joined in the booth by Mitch Salazar and by Strider Wozalewski. This was a fun heat to watch, Mitch.
It was a bit slow out there, but both guys had, a couple opportunities. Al converted on 3 waves, though, Jess. Slow and score was a 6, and then he backed it up with a 6.67, a 6.13. So very methodical in his approach. Surfed a perfect heat, though, by today's standards.
And Al just with so much support here in Strider to also have his family here. I mean, his dad's here. Obviously, Snake is in his corner. It feels like this is finally just the clog starting to turn for Al Cleland.
Yeah, it's kind of a new Al. I like it. It's something that, you just have his nickname as a little guy, but now he's Big Al to me. I mean, I love watching him grow into this and relish the moments and take it seriously, and something that he really turned the corner on this event. And it was a do or die situation, and his corner solid, but I think that he's doing the work too personally, which is, I think, the key point here is that he is putting his head down. He knows he needs to get serious. He knows he needs to get out there and go strong and really pull back from all of the kind of, after the dark, it gets dark, and he's settling in, having a nice little dinner and going to bed.
I like that, and I feel like the majority of this event that we've seen so far, we've seen so many underdog stories start to unveil in front of us. It felt like today it kind of shifted a little bit. I mean, we got some underdog stories with Al making into the quarterfinals, but the guys who you thought would make heats, e.g. I'm talking Leo and Gabe, they really did prevail today, Mitch.
Yeah, they did. I think the waves played into a lot of people's strengths, too. It wasn't easy out there, despite having some quality waves on hand. I also thought 45 minutes, that's a large amount of time. So I think that benefited, for the most part, the people with experience competing at 40-minute heats or beyond that. But itself, this is not an easy wave to decipher from the top of the point all the way to the bottom. So patience was actually very instructional out there, and I feel like the best surfer did prevail in those 45 minutes that we had available.
And Strider, for you, thinking about just the crop of talent that we've got moving into the quarterfinals, is it where you thought it would be when we started this event?
No, not even close. I mean, Gabriel maybe, Leo maybe, but I feel like, the Toledos of the world and the Colapintos and those guys, I feel like they were going to be there, and they're not. And I feel like we're going to have a new winner at this event, and I feel like it's a little bit of a fresh look, and I can't look away from the world #1 right now, who's, Ferrari. He's on fire, and with Italo being injured, but still having the freedom and looking really good. And then Medina right behind him and #2 in the world. These guys, the dominance is there, and I could see those guys, right there at the end.
It's exciting. It really is. The man of the moment right now, though, is Al Cleland, and he is with our very own Chris Cote down on the glass.
Yeah, thank you so much. Congratulations, Al. I can feel the energy and emotion coming from you. How important was that heat win to how you're feeling right now?
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's my career on the line. I haven't made a heat all day, so to make it, past that, third round, I've never really did it last year, so really happy that I can accomplish a goal of mine this year. And yeah, I'm super happy. The waves are firing. It wasn't like the best conditions, but there were still some, some really good waves coming in. And yeah, I'm happy I got out there, got 2 good opportunities and took advantage and, made it on top. Barron's one of my really good friends, so I always looked up to him, and yeah, I was just honored to have a heat with him, and yeah, he was ripping all event.
Man, surfing is hard. I know you put so much into it. You've always been a raw, incredibly talented surfer. But what have you been doing lately to kind of go out there and be the tactical Al that got you through that heat?
Yeah, I don't know. I went to a training camp, like I said in my last interview, with Julian and his son and Leilani, Havana, everybody. We did it for 2 weeks, and we worked pretty hard and, just trying to stay focused, stay in the moment. And I swear mock heats help. Nobody thinks, but once you do them, you get more, more comfortable in the jersey, and it really helped me out this year. And yeah, I'm really happy to have done that with Julian. Thanks. And, here with Snake, working, surfing every day, staying relaxed, hanging out with my dad, all my friends at the house, doing ice baths every day. It's sick. I'm stoked to, get a couple waves.
Wow, Al Cleland, ice baths. I did not see that one coming. I love it. We got to talk about the fans. I can't talk to you and not talk about the fans. You have the loudest fan base of the whole event so far. They're going to be sticking with you into the quarterfinals. What does it mean to you to perform for all these people that have come to watch you surf?
Yeah, you know, it's insane to have so much support in a country that's not your home. It's, you know, they make me feel at home here. Everybody's so nice. I've been coming for years, and yeah, you know, all my friends from here, I guess, always respecting everybody. You'll get respect back. So yeah, I'm happy to, you know, get the opportunity to meet all these people and have the opportunity to come to this place back to back and, you know, have fun every time and be treated like a, you know, like a brother, not a friend.
And one more time, how do these words sound to you? Al Cleland, quarterfinalist.
Fuck. Oops. Sounds insane. You know, I've never really done it in this kind of, you know, level, so I'm just really stoked to get the opportunity and, you know, surf against one of my idols on the quarters is going to be insane, so I can't wait for that.
Vamos, Al. Let's go.
Love it. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Al. It's so cool to me because you get emotionally invested in an athlete's career and you want to see them do well, and seeing Al have the start to the year that he had, it was bumming. Like, I was like, no, I really want to see him get there. And I think you can see almost a weight lifting off his shoulders right now, Mitch.
Oh, 1,000%. But it's a testament to how difficult the tour is. You know, everybody on tour, male and female, rip, and they do this for a living for a reason. But you have a chance to be able to do it across 10 or 11 events over a calendar year, you know. So the big question right here is if you can keep doing it over the next 3 days, you know. Are you able to make the quarters, the semis, and then eventually convert to the final too? So I think he knows job's not done yet. He still wants to do more.
I love it. Whatever he's doing now, it's obviously working for him. Strider, we obviously had a short day, but a very fun day. And one of the heats that I actually loved watching was the Crosby and Italo matchup. I felt like that was this sick underdog v big dog matchup that we went into it. Crosby was looking good, but that yellow jersey is so comfortable and confident on Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, his surfing, you know, was vertical, and it was just easy to give him a big score right here. 7.5 on this wave. That first turn, electric, but the drop on that wave was so gnarly. Remember that? But then, you know, Crosby was not laying down. Crosby was actually fired up. I mean, he looked so sweet. He looked really smooth. He was finding lip line, big gouges. So, you know, it was really a tough go for Crosby because he looked unbelievable throughout this entire event so far. You know, guys were saying, you know, this is your event to win, and to come up against Italo, who's wounded, he in his mind was thinking, okay, I got this. But then, in the end, this man comes flying out, bodyboarding, and then straight up into the lip right in front of Crosby. So really solid surfing. I mean, Italo is one of those guys that he's an entertainer. He's always going to bring you something that you were unexpecting. And if it's a takeoff underneath the lip to come out on your belly to get up and go straight vertical, or, you know, whatever it is, he's going to really bring something different. And he did in that heat, and everybody saw it. The judges loved it, you know.
Honestly, I just keep coming back to the fact that he has 8 stitches in his knee and he's doing surfing like that. Obviously, that's 7.5, and I just feel like the dominant performance that we saw from Italo, it feels like even with this injury on his knee, he's still so laser sharp in these conditions.
Well, remember the injury that he had at J-Bay a few years ago? The air, when you're just looking at the replay and you're thinking to yourself, there's no way in heck that this guy's going to make a comeback in the future of a CT career. He's been able to do that and be #1 in the world multiple times since then. So this guy's an animal. He comes from nothing. He knows what it takes to be able to be at that #1 spot. I don't think he wants to get rid of that quickly, Jess.
Oh, absolutely not. And I love the dad power he's bringing too. It's been fun to just see him flourish so far this year. Obviously, another really big matchup. It was easily the heat of the round. It was Jack Robinson taking on Gabe Medina, 2 laser-focused surfers, but Gabby is just in untouchable form so far this year. I mean, Toledo's really been the only guy to ruffle some feathers for him so far, Strider.
Yeah, I mean, this next turn right here is something I dream about doing. Just absolutely vertical to tail waft, fins out the back. I mean, if you're in this heat and you had to look back and see those fangs hanging out, you'd just be knowing that you're bleeding all over the place, because that was just such superior surfing right there. And the fangs were just set in right from the beginning.
Yeah, I love the fact that Jack, though, he's getting momentum, but maybe getting stuck in these rounds a little bit, but you can see he's still so driven here, Mitch.
He is. I think the big catalyst in this heat was that Gabe was able to get, you know, the quick start, be in the lead from the get-go, and then Jack was just playing catch-up the entire time and looking for a specific wave to take the lead too. Did have a 6 on this one, but unfortunately in the end, it was the pair of 6s for Gabe to be able to move up and of course push out in front at a wave that, you know, he hasn't won at yet, Jess. So there's an extra motivation and incentive right here for the 3-time world champion, Medina.
Does Gabe have more in the tank?
Oh, of course. Yeah, so that's you know, he's so far beyond what we can potentially see right here. 12 points, he's cruising at the moment, and, you know, just based off of the free surfs, there's been a lot of great guys. This guy's maintained consistency throughout, you know, the 4 events that we had before this when it came to that, and his boards still look incredible, Jess.
You know what's really fun as well is that we have just so many incredible surfers, but we have 2 Brazilian goofy foots on the same side of the draw. So potential for Italo and Gabe to meet, but not a massive total. I mean, 13-3-4. Jack was well and truly in that heat strider.
Yeah, and I think, you know, to be honest, that, you know, this round and as the event progresses, you know, the judges are setting scales kind of low. And so, you know, you're looking at the scores going, oh, they're not that high, but it's where it was set. And so everybody had to kind of surf to it. I feel like finals day will be a little higher, just, you know, naturally with everybody going out and having to, you know, it's going to be like 8s or lates for sure during the finals day.
I can't wait. Obviously, speaking of the finals day, we now have the quarterfinals completely set up. For me, I'm loving the feel of the underdogs in the top half of the draw, Mitch.
Yeah, Marco's got a lot to prove right there. He's looking for his first CT win. Love that matchup between Cal and Kanoa at the beginning of the bracket. I think Kanoa's due for a big result, and he's looking for his second victory. He has multiple finals. Look at the Goofies, though. They're matching up in quarter 3.
That's the one I want to see, baby. That's going to be just fireworks right there, because you're going to have kind of the tactician against the powerhouse, you know, because Kaoli's just got those huge, those quads are massive on that guy. He loves laying in to the power hack on the backhand, and Italo's going to be more precise with his work.
The thing I love about every single one of those quarterfinals is it kind of is that same storyline we've had all throughout the season so far. It's vet v the underdog. Think about Cali and Italo, obviously Cal and Kanoa. I mean, Kanoa is so calculated in his approach. So this is a really great opportunity for that underdog story to keep on running through. But those calculated vets are just so hard to knock down. And we have a really similar story on the women's side as well. It has been a really interesting way to run to the quarterfinals. But of course, both yellow jerseys still in the draw here, Strider.
Yeah, and you know what? I feel like this thing's just going to wind down, and Katie Simmers and Gabriella Bryan are going to be going at it in the finals. It's going to be so fun to watch.
Well, the former world champions right there in quarter number 3, defending world champion Molly Picklum up against 2-time event winner right here in Caroline Marks. Quarter 2, super interesting. Luana Silva looking for her first CT win, Jess, coming up against Carissa Moore, who's just been on fire since Raglan. Lulu, though, I mean, out here with these waves, she's great, and I think she's very motivated right now to get numero uno under her belt at the moment.
She's come so close so many times, especially this season. She's already had 2 finals this season and had second in both, so I feel like you can see she's given herself already another opportunity to try and go for it. She has a long road ahead of her still. The finals still a way away. Obviously, what we want to see is pumping waves for finals day or the next couple of days of competition. Let's take a look at the Surfline forecast here. Obviously, comp is called off. We're expecting a bit of a storm to roll in tomorrow, but then after that, Mitch, the waves look really fun.
Yeah, over the course of the weekend, and I think the main thing right here is just we need consistency for these surfers, right? To be able to have good wins over the course of about, 8 to 10 hours in a day, and you see right there, the Pacific Ocean has been very active next 4 days. Seems like tomorrow, 5 to 8 feet, side shore, it doesn't look good in the afternoon either. Friday could be, having some potential, but Saturday and Sunday look like really quality days, Jess. I feel like that's having the potential right there.
Yeah, after talking to the Surfline crew, it looked like Saturday morning could be just
hinting at it, huh?
Pumping.
There's definitely, we're lucky for that back half of the window. I mean, we could rock up here Friday and it's absolutely pumping as well. It's so hard to walk away.
We'll call it on if it's pumping.
Yeah,
for sure.
yeah.
It's not like we're going to walk away from good waves.
No, it's so hard to walk away. So actually really lucky. Tomorrow, like I mentioned, a bit of a storm rolling through, but I'm rubbing my hands together for those last 3 days. But let's wrap up of what the day was today. Top 5 moments. Obviously, of course, we cannot go past this guy. I mean, he is just so reliable reliable in competition so far this year. Gabe Medina taking down Jack Robinson Mitch.
Yeah, great looking boards under his feet too with the Caviancas. Love the explosiveness on the outside, the maneuver selection. He just looks methodical and he's cruising at the moment. You asked me if he has a lot more in the tank. He does. We're still waiting on those 8s and those 9s to be posted. Needs to be on those right waves to be able to get those scores, but if today's any indication, he was just having fun out there. So we got a lot more to expect out of the 3-time world champion right here on his run.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see him, especially in that late half of the window, just in those pumping waves, picking off those ones, teeing off, going nicer and vertical in them. So Gabe Medina continues a fun and free-looking year so far. He's into the quarters in El Salvador. Now, this was a fun heat, but Leo Fioravanti taking down Sammy Pupo, but what a fun exchange right at the end of the heat, Strider.
Yeah, you know what? The surfing Miguel Pupo was doing was just insane. Sammy, just that was so gnarly. I just like throwing that kind of risk into it was just incredible. But you know what? This guy was on fire too. He's not scared. The powerhouse. I mean, I feel like he is pushing some G's every time he throws a turn down. He just like is compressing and putting that core to work, which is impressive. Coming out of turns with speed, and then, you know, the finish, the drop wallet. I mean, everything is so laser sharp. The sharp eye looking really solid under his feet.
Sammy Pupo obviously having an incredible year as well. So he is sent packing to Brazil. This guy, though, had one of the most entertaining moments of the day. We cannot go past that takeoff into this huge first turn there for Italo.
The man without fear is what we like to call him, and you know, he's just so entertaining, so fun to watch, and of course just flying down the line on the majority of these waves too. But the timing to be able to go bodyboarding and then immediately stand up straight into the lip, few people can do it. He's one of them, Jess. And
with eight stitches.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the part of it all. It's like, you have stitches in your knee? What are you talking about? This guy's an absolute animal. Coming in at number 2, Al Cleland, making it to the quarterfinals for his first time in his championship tour career here, Strider.
Surfing like that, rightfully so. I mean, that was a straight out attack on the lip line. I mean, he destroyed that thing and came riding out in front of it. So for me, Al Cleland is a great underdog story. He's coming up against Gabriel Medina, which is going to be hard.
Then this guy coming in at number 1, got a 7 right out the gates, then waited 40 minutes for this. He only caught 2 waves in this heat, Mitch.
Yeah, what's so crazy about him too is that it's not like he's doing it with flashy acrobatics or anything, just he's doing the simple, but he's doing it so well that they're forced to give him big scores. But if you look at every single one of his heats, he's been on the best wave so far. And at this point, at this level, you have to be on the best waves to be able to advance. He's been able to do that a couple of times so far in this event. But as you said, waited a long time to be able to get his back up. It worked out in the end for him.
Yeah. 100% gangster. Just, I got this, no problem. I'm easy. I'm going to throw this first one down, then I'm going to wait till the very end to get my last wave, and just easy, solid surfing right there from Kyle Olivas.
And just a lunatic, too. He charges big chops, then comes straight here to compete in the Jersey. Kid can do it all.
He said that was why he's doing well, because he was so stressed out of almost dying at Chopu in the heaviest waves of his life that he came here and everything's easy.
Well, first of all, guys, I just wanted to say, even though it was short but sweet, again, another brilliant day of working with you guys. Love you a lot. Salut. And of course, we actually have called the event off tomorrow. We have a crazy storm coming through, so we're going to bunker down, wait for that to pass, and then we have a 6:30 call on Friday. Like we mentioned, it's a really fun looking end of the window. But guys, again, love yous. Maybe let's go get some lunch after this, and then let's come back in a few days' time and just enjoy some fun looking surfing at Punta Roca. You guys get to enjoy some highlights, but we'll see you guys in a couple days' time. Cheers.
But at least This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.